Hello. Okay. So we're gonna get started. We're gonna be using Zomboid, continuing the rat race. I gotta travel across the map, which is gonna be grabbing a blacksmith hammer. But that said, though, once I've got it, then I can make nails, and we can then be a little bit better defended in certain things. So at least that's the plan currently. So we'll be better defended. When we have outpost sleeps, because I'll have a few boxes of nails with me. Um, and then we can always go back and forge more things if we ever want to. So that's always a positive. Mm. Congrats, by the way, Tom. I did mean to. Well, I did wave, but I do want to say congrats. Congrats on first. This is a slow shambler, apparently. It's funny because they're moving fast shambler speed. Okay, so in order to create a ball peen hammer, you need a ball peen hammer. That needs to be looked at. To at least create the ball peen hammer, it should require the stone hammer. I know that doesn't make sense, but it's like, how am I supposed to have a ball peen hammer if I don't? I need one to make one. Gotta go find one on a zombie. Need a ball peen hammer to make a ball peen hammer. It's okay, because the plan right now is to head out to the other area. I foraged up a smithing hammer, so I can skip all these steps. And, like, foraging, hoping to forage up the things that I've foraged up is not something that you should be doing. I foraged up a hacksaw. I foraged up a masonry chisel. I foraged up, like, you see, but that's all, it's all RNG. Like, it's not necessarily the best. There's no guarantee. And as a result, if I weren't so lucky as to get those things, I would have to hope for loot. Alternatively, I would have to hope for foraging to pay out eventually. And it probably would if you kept foraging, but the odds are just not with it. It's not likely. You might get a hacksaw eventually, but it's just like the amount of foraging you'd have to do, it just is not. I wouldn't bank on it. Nah, those things needs adjusting to be a little bit more guarantee. Kind of like the debris. The debris is a guarantee so long as you look for the debris, um, that you get those items. Also, removing the limiter on taking sand and gravel. Because yes, in theory, that could cause trolley behavior in a way. If on multiplayer, for example, somebody takes a sack and they cover everything in sand. But I mean, there people that want to troll are gonna troll anyways. They're gonna troll in other ways. So it's like, alright, let's go. We'll get the smithing hammer, cut back, we'll make some nails. I want about 2 boxes of nails. Because then once we have 2 boxes of nails, that's enough boxes of nails that I can barricade confidently. And I can make doors. Kind of. We can also always come back and get more nails. If we start running low. Essentially, the way we do that, though, is we would have to fish with no bait and fish up fishing nets that are broken and convert them to nails. Hello. I'm about to do blacksmithing. Like, actually. Like, I have all the pieces, everything's in order, I'm ready to do it. I just need to run across all the way to the cabin and get my smithing hammer that I left behind. Yes. And then we'll have nails. Alright, let's get Higgins to have a nice little rest. Recoup some of that stamina. Hello. And then once we've got that, we can start doing forward operating bases. We can start having outposts that are more close to the zombies so that I can kill at much faster intervals. As well as we'll be able to clear more effectively. That low-pitched hello sounds like a Dark Souls emote. Oh, is that what you're saying? Because right now I'm barely functional and I haven't been talking very much the last few days aside from on the phone, and that's got my voice a little bit like tired. Lots of phone calls. That said though, that's your hello that you didn't specify? Okay. I figured it might be mine that I'm like droning, kinda. Which it's possible. I need to kind of perk up a bit. I need more tea. I do appreciate that. It was very kind to say. I had fun with RimWorld yesterday. I was tempted to play it again today, but then I was like, I need to. I reached this point with Zomboid right now where I want to progress, and like I want to do variety, but I don't want it to be the only thing that I do. So it's like I want to sort of it's got to be. So we might do alternative days. I don't know what I want to do with it yet though. I'm still kind of on the fence about it. I do know that I want variety though. But I was having fun yesterday. We actually got our little our commune off the ground, and it should be progressing towards, well, the end goal of that particular playthrough is I've never done the Arco Nexus. I've never done the end of Biotech, and I've never done the end of what is it? Anomaly. I've not done any of those. So I'd like to experience those. I mean, every time I come through here, there's always a zombie. We're going to be tidying up that backyard again eventually as well, making the place nicer. We'll probably be setting up the roof stuff soon as well. We'll have access to, because we've got two saws. We have access to the ability to make water barrels. So I'll actually be able to have running water here probably, so long as it rains, which is not super duper common. But I mean, if I put two rain catcher barrels, that'll be usually enough because, well, they have a sizable amount of space, and on average, the player drinks about 2 liters of water a day without having high thirst, low thirst. On average, about 2 liters. So one rain catcher barrel will last for 150 days. So long as you're not washing yourself in it every day and, you know. So you do two. That's two rain catcher barrels. It really puts into perspective just how full those things are. That's like two of them is almost a year. And you got to think that a lot of people like to do like 9 of them. You'll never use that much water. There's no way. Even on a server, it's hard pressed to use that much water between multiple players, right? And that's assuming it doesn't rain again. Because rain will pretty much... It won't fill the whole thing, but it'll do a lot of it. So long as you're near the water catcher barrel while it's raining. That's not to count the fact that there's like so many other water sources. Like even in the crossroads right now, there's still over 200 water in the crossroads. And that's after we've been drinking it for as long as we have. Because there's still the bathroom at Nolan's. I haven't drained that. There's the bathroom at the clothes store. There's the bathroom at the gas station. Right? I haven't drained any of those. And those ones will have about, what is it, 40 liters apiece. Combine that with the 80 liters that is in the amphora and the 30 liters that is in the two water barrels that are not barrels. What is that thing called? The water dispenser? That's another 30. You know, you're looking at least 200 and like 220 to 250 water still in the checkpoint. And that's a year in after we've been using it for that long. Because Spiffo specifically has like a ton of water. Does doing the plumbing stuff make the water safe to drink? They've been playing around with it, so I don't trust it 100%. The way that you can check for sure is don't ever drink directly from the water, but fill up a container. And if your character is set to auto drink, they will never drink tainted water unless you force them to. So if it's tainted and if it's full and they're not drinking it, it's tainted. So you can then be like, oh, it's tainted. Okay, I gotta boil it. But the auto drink feature protects you a little bit from drinking tainted water. Now, some folks turn that feature off because they like the drinking animations. And I 100% agree that the drinking animations are cool. I really like them. But at the same time, it's a little bit like tedious to constantly have to do the drinking animation over and over again. So I like that it's a feature that you can turn on and off. And sometimes I have it on, sometimes I have it off. It just depends, right? But I like that there's accessibility to that so that, you know, if you don't want to waste your time with it, you don't have to. That said, though, it does have that one objective bonus of protecting you from accidentally poisoning yourself with water. Now, most of the time that's not lethal. However, when they were playing around with the toxicity of water very recently, whether it was on purpose or not, they made it lethal, and lots of people lost their runs. And quite a few people got complained about it, that their runs got ended because they drank from a well or they drank from the water pump or something like that directly, and it killed them. So I don't like to play around with that kind of stuff. If there's a risk that things are being played around with, I'm gonna try my best to defend myself with it. Something else I'm really happy about soon is we're gonna have a lot of nails. So I'm gonna be able to make composters. Meaning we're gonna have access to compost. Hey, it's Liz. Hey Liz, hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. My stoof is good. Um, how goes? You having fun with your stoof? Also, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. Yeah, hi. Give me a little intro. It's off to a great start. Oh, perfect. Just out of curiosity, does the intro thing is its volume low or because it sounds low to me, like from my aspect of things. I hope it's not too low. I did a re-recording of it because I heard sound it's a little low. Okay, I'll turn it up a little then. The reason being is I had to do a re-recording of it because the properties there was audio like problems with it that I'd noticed. They're very subtle, but um actually here what I'll do instead is actually we can keep the intro as the other one. Yeah, it when you notice those kinds of things, and well, it can drive you crazy if you're the like kind of person that I am. Is it this one? But yes, thank you very much for the raid. Do very much appreciate. Um, let's see. Oh wow, that was echoey. I could just increase the gain, maybe. You need to get some sleep. All right, you have yourself a good sleep. Hopefully, it goes good. Uh, and let's see. I apologize that I'm doing this right now, but it's gonna bother me if I don't. Let's try 20 is a bit much, but let's try 20. That's really loud. I somehow broke it, I think. Wonder why it's doing that. It's like doubling up the sound. I hate that 85% of this is patience. Oh. The reason why it's doubling up is not because of... I'm an idiot. Oh. I was like, why is the sound doubling up? It's because I'm listening to it. Duh. I need to mute this one here in order to listen to it properly. Okay, I think I fixed it. Let's listen. It still sounds like there's two, doesn't it? I wonder why that is. I think I broke it. Once again, I apologize. I'll get back to the Zomboid here in a second. I'd rather get this fixed now than have to deal with it later. Jesus. Why does it sound like there's two now? I don't understand that. And if I mute this, then it won't play at all. Yeah, doesn't play at all. That's so strange. Why does it work that way? It used to work fine before. And now it's quiet again. Why can't I have in between? Like in between absolutely quiet and really, really loud. Like technical issues are a pain. Okay, how about this? It looks like it's loud, but it doesn't seem loud. Is it loud for you guys? I need to find out by doing this. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. It's a little loud. I'm gonna adjust the filter properties. Let's go 15. Nope. Still a little loud. There. Hello and welcome. Yeah, it was fine before, I think. So the filters were good. Yeah. Okay. That's good. All right. Apologies, but once again, I like to make sure those kinds of things are set up properly. Otherwise, I don't. It's not gonna work. So, do we grab everything we need? Let's see. Smithing hammer, food. Yeah, we're good. Chisel. Yeah. I I do worry a little bit because it's one of those things where it can be like the shitty first impression, I guess, kind of, and I don't like that. It's tough, right? What am I up to? Where am I located? I'm currently living in North Muldraw area, so in the cabins in the woods beside Dixie and the crossroads from Dixie Highway, as well as McCoy Estates, which I cleared out. Those are my locations that I primarily am operating in currently. Um, and we're sieging down Dixie currently. However, I sidetracked myself because I wanted to get blacksmithing on the go. So we have blacksmithing on the go. So we're able to fully do blacksmithing now. All because I managed to forage up the items I need in order to do blacksmithing. I got a hacksaw. I got a smithing hammer. I have essentially all of the things that we need to do the blacksmithing, as well as now I can skip directly to the advanced stations because I have McCoy Estates. So McCoy Estates has all the crafting benches, so it allows me to kind of use those crafting benches to produce more tools. The tools, then I can produce more crafting stations. So so long as I have the materials to do so. We're gonna need to hunt and stuff in order to get the leather requirements. Alternatively, though, I can find farm animals, and if I can skin those farm animals. But the trick is, though, for a lot of those things, you need nails. Nails are a key requirement in doing pretty much anything in Zomboid that involves carpentry. So how do I get nails? Well, you can forage them, but that's less likely. You can loot them, but on these settings, good luck looting them. Is what you might be able to loot a couple of boxes if you can get to warehouses, but because of time 16, it makes going to those warehouses a bit of a pain without like taking your time to clear it. Yeah, you could bunch up 1,000 zombies and you could lead them away, but I mean, they are going to come back because of the high migration settings. So it ends up being that, yeah, sure, leading them away is an option, but it's not it's a band-aid fix. Like it's not like a real like you know it doesn't solve the problem. So this solves the problem. To be able to forge our own nails will make carpentry available to us. We can make our own barricaded defenses. We can make water catcher barrels. We can make composters. All of these things are required to sort of progress in the rat race towards the end goals. The end goals of the rat race being, where we go, like this: 1 million zombies, a perfect character, and 13 points of interest that are scattered around the map, 12 of which are churches, and one is a military outpost where you have to go down, down, down. We must really have his fitness up. I mean, it took a while, but yeah, we're almost there. We're nearly level 6. See? We're about 1,500 off of 6, and we just broke level 8 strength just a little while ago. So these are what my stats look like right now. Yeah, he's able to jog for quite a while without getting tired. Yeah, we'll go craft ourselves some nails now. And then once we're done crafting the nails, like I said, I want at least 2 boxes. 2 boxes of nails can last me for a little bit. Because we're going to... my plan is to barricade that one house that's beside the... that's in Dixie. I'm not going to bother barricading the Spiffos. But I will fix up that single house that's over by the... in Dixie. And then we also want to do a composter and some water catcher barrels. Probably 2. Yeah, this is Van Higgins. He is a champion of Rosewood. Although he's not been to Rosewood in this particular playthrough. He will go there eventually. Probably. I'd like to believe. In this playthrough, he was being reprimanded in West Point. There is always some lore behind Mr. Higgins. It was a great spot for you to learn how to play. I learned how to play this game in Muldra. And I didn't have my epiphany until West Point. Yeah, Mr. Higgins was gonna get fired from his job as a police officer, but the apocalypse happened before he got fired. He assisted in the capture of his brother, and his brother was taken to Rosewood Penitentiary, and that is where Truck resides. Truck Higgins. Of course, he's broken out now because of the apocalypse. And he's got a sister who lives in Irvington. And his mother lives in Louisville. Yeah, and the Higgins family is quite extensive. Cousin who works over in Valley Station. Great uncle who owns the country. Well, he doesn't own the country club, but he might as well own the country club. And another great uncle that's in the military. You love the lore. It's interesting lore. It gets funnier when you know the names, because it's Van Higgins. He has a brother named Truck Higgins. His sister's name is Minnie. Her middle name is Cooper. He's got his mother's name. Her name is also Minnie, but her middle name is Van. Great Uncle Rolls and Great Uncle General Motors. You know, he's part of the military. General in the military. Yeah. This is chat. Chat did this. It with yeah, it's one big auto family, yeah. I think it gets even funnier when you notice that none of them are any good at cars at all, and actually they're really bad at driving. Van crashed into stuff so many times. Yeah, we decided to bring Van back for this particular playthrough, and I wanted to play him again to sort of redeem him from his death. His original death actually happened because he took a scratch. He took a scratch and he hit the 7% odds. So that scratch, infected and dead. Isn't it even better that they're bad at driving? I guess. I don't know. I'm sure one of them's good at driving. But it's and not any of them that I'm piloting. Because I'm not very good at driving. You'd rather spend hours at sprinting? Well, so that's not by choice. That is partially by choice, but it's not the only reason why I'm sprinting from place to place. On these settings, vehicle engine loudness is times 10. So what that means is if I drive a car and I go a little bit too hard on the gas, all the zombies from every which way will be showing up here. And I won't be able to handle that many zombies. Roughly on average, it'd be about 400 to 500,000 zombies. Now they wouldn't all move at once, but it would be a lot. The cap would definitely be moving towards me. I can't remember what the cap is for the non for like the code zombies. I don't remember what the cap is for that. But yeah. The cap for moving zombies that are in your area, I think that the pathfinding is 2K. Last I checked. Now they may have increased that, but I remember it being about 2,000 that are moving within the loaded area. You can have more. It's just that they lose their ability to pathfind and it becomes queued. So you'll see them derp out. I've seen that happen with Bonds with the sprinters. He had tons of sprinters underneath him, and then there was some of the sprinters in the distance were not moving right. Like they would move like for half of a second, and then they would lose their pathfinding because they didn't have room for the command. But yeah, let's see. It's something that I probably should test it because build 42 is a lot different than build 41. Alright, so I'll just We should be happy though, at the moment. Okay. What negative traits? You do an exclamation point traits and see. But essentially, these aren't the same traits as what we started with, but this is the traits we have now because we did 0 to hero. So we had unfit, we had weak, or it's called puny now, and we had slow metabolism. So as a result, Van was now we're stout and we're actually about to be fit. So because we've earned those traits through lengthy gameplay, and I like that better. I like earning those traits. That said, though, because we took those traits, we were able to pick up quite a lot of things like resilience, masonry, um, artisan, blacksmith knowledge. We're a police officer. Yeah, we got a lot of benefits. Wilderness knowledge and hunter as well, along with handy, so that I have a carpentry bonus. So, because I don't really like carpentry as a skill. It's my least favorite of the crafting skills, although I get its utility and I appreciate it for I just don't like leveling it. I'm not keen on the leveling process of carpentry, but that's personal. It's not the best. I'm gonna be right back though, because my tea is empty. So BRB. Okay. Sorry. Okay, let's continue. Make a steel chunk. And do it from a steel bar. You just need Coca-Cola and tongs. Hi, Elm. I need a steel bar to make a steel chunk. I want this to be saved. That can be saved. I haven't played Build 42 yet. Multiplayer Build 41. Alcoholic. Okay, so you're playing with more traits. And you like to beat those traits with the more traits because they let you lose them, right? I can understand that. That's these. I can take these ones away. And we'll keep this pair, I think, and place them here. This other one can just get deleted. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good. Right now we're in the process of starting blacksmithing. If we're gonna be breaking things, there should be scrap versions of the stuff. Like, for example, if you are gonna break this ceramic, you should be able to break it back down into, like, yeah, ceramic, that we can then use. Okay, I'm gonna take all of the charcoal and turn it into coke coal. Oh, so this does... So the dome kiln and the charcoal pit are the same. It's just a charcoal pit that's upgraded, essentially. Let's see. So how do I want to go about this? So we can get the small pieces. See, I don't understand this. I have a smithing hammer. How is it not as equivalent to the ball peen hammer? Why is the ball peen hammer better than the smithing hammer? There's some of these recipes only want ball peen. They don't care about smithing. That's so weird. Why? The smithing hammer should be superior, right? This one doesn't have it either. See? Club hammer, claw hammer, block mace, ball peen. Oh no, it does. It's right there. This one also has stone hammer though. I'm pretty sure I have a metalworking chisel somewhere. Requires level 4 to make one, but I'm pretty sure we have one somewhere. I need to make a ball peen hammer. In order to do that, I need to be level 4. Which means we need to make stuff and then smelt it back down. What's making me panic? Claustrophobia. What are these fragments for? Gold, silver pieces, but these ones don't do anything. I don't think these have any purpose. And there's supposed to be a way to compress the buckles too, isn't there? Like to smelt the buckles? Maybe I'm just misunderstanding. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I want to smelt down all this other stuff. It used to be a lot more straightforward, but now it requires a ceramic mold, tons of coke coal, so like, or wood charcoal. I can supply that aspect of things.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. See, I like this. Why is the iron chunk there? I just want to see the difference between the coke coal and the charcoal. Because if there's no difference, why am I making the coke coal aside from the rare recipes that require it? Okay, so because this is double, right? Have a look. Yeah, see, it's a 1-to-1. Why would I bother using the coke coal for this recipe if, because it costs twice as much to make the coke coal. And so there's no point. The coke coal can sit there while I'm using the wood charcoal for this stuff. Because it's not set that coke coal is better. It's, see? Maybe once I have pliers, I'll be able to pull that stuff apart. But it doesn't show me until after. Yeah, see, I don't understand. If we do the quarter bars as well. Yeah, we should use wood charcoal. We shouldn't use coke coal. Coke coal is to be used only in the event that it asks for it, not if because right now it's not asking for it. It's simply okay. What level are we now? Level. Not quite high enough level yet. A small forest needs to be given up. No, let's keep going. $36 spoons. The suckiest part of this is that I need to go fish and feed my character and stuff. But we're getting close. Like we're actually doing the blacksmithing stuff now. Where is the fishing rod? Is it here? Oh. It's over here. The reason being is that it was easier to fish over here than on the dock, because the dock was being a trouble. This is Zomboid Karumi. You see, it's a zombie sandbox survival game where you get to customize it to the way that you want. I think it's a game that you probably would like playing. You should give it a try. No, not interested. Not into FPS. Yeah, I got you. I understand. It's too first. It's too high octane. You like chill games where there's yeah, and then the graphics. Yeah, you like chill games that are like about farming and stuff. This is too much gameplay. So much gameplay. You can't fish in RimWorld. I mean, you'd figure there'd be a mod for that. Yeah. It's a real quick fish meal. Yeah, if I remember right, the vanilla expanded It's there's a lot of it. But you said that their mods are very bloated? In what way? Does it cause problems? That's one of the biggest things that causes me to not want to add mods to stuff. Is that it can sometimes very much end a playthrough. That said, though, I used to play modded Minecraft like a lot. Quickly go and make another drill plank that's specifically for up here. They add a ton of unnecessary things and features and items. Yeah, but people obviously wanted those things in them, right? And who knows? Maybe some of those features branch out and give benefit in some way, shape, or form. Can I carry... yeah, 3. So I'm just going to drop 3 logs off on my way by. Okay. And I'm going to grab you. These things will bring upstairs. And we'll convert this into a drill plank. There we go. Yeah, but I've never done that for RimWorld with the 500% naked brutality or whatever. I've done naked brutality. I don't know if I've ever done 500%. That's like what is that? Is that the last setting there? It's the one that's not blood and dust. What's the other one? Losing is fun, I think, right? Is that would that be 500%? Is losing is fun? Okay. No. Yeah, no. Is 500% worse than losing is fun? You can't remember, but 500% isn't losing is fun. Okay. I don't know enough about RimWorld. Losing is fun is 220%. Okay, nifty. So it's like double losing is fun. Or at least double on the threat scaling or whatever. Hi, Chili. The my favorite setting to play on is Blood and Dust. I like that setting. I feel like it's kind of it's a nice challenge. It's difficult, and that's my favorite setting to play on. Not to But I've had folks in the RimWorld community say that it's a baby mode setting, which is it's like like come off your high horse, dude. Is all I can say. It is middle tier. There's definitely ways to make RimWorld easier. Yeah, but you play on Randy, and Randy sometimes doesn't do anything for months and months. That's one of the reasons why I don't like playing with Randy. I find Randy does sometimes sleep, but then other times he'll like hit you over and over and over again. Okay. Yeah, they're kind of linear. There's like story bosses though you can fight as well that are because there's like modded storytellers, right? There's apparently one that's like a mixture of Cassandra and Randy. That I've heard of. Yeah, me neither. I've never tried those. Oh, and my comment wasn't that I don't mind like I don't mind healthy competition, but I at the same time I don't like when people are toxic with it. Like, yeah, it's fine to be competitive, but don't be toxic about it. No need for that. Banter is one thing, but it can always be taken a step too far. Yeah. And I found that some folks in the RimWorld community can be that way, but that's for every community, right? And it just depends on who you bump into. Enjoy your lurk, right? Every community has their extreme members that are extremely passionate and love to play on the absolute pinnacle settings, min-max style and all that. But, like, those folks need to chill a bit when because like sometimes their passion can cause them to push away people that would have been interested in the title, right? It's always it goes for Zomboid as well. That's why I'm always hesitant about and trying not to do spoilers, and like I try my best to kind of remember that not everybody needs the min max info. If they ask the question, I am be prompted to give them the answer. But it's like it's sometimes it's I gotta stop. Even though it's most of the time is from a good place, right? You just want to help. If you wanted to min-max, isn't there that special type of kill box that exists that I read about? It's like, it's really
You're
small, but you
amazing.
you can have one person man it and it wins. Like it'll deal with pretty much all of the raids up to endgame. I don't remember what it's called, but you RimWorld folks would know what I mean. It's some kind of special kill box that involves doors and setting up things in a proper way, and it's not big, it's really small, and that it just puts things down to a crawl so that they can't get through really all that well, making raids trivialized. Thank you for the follow, by the way, do appreciate. But if you really wanted to min max, you'd use that, right, every time. I don't remember what it's called though. I just remember that it exists. Special kind of kill box. The best part was the burn box. Yeah, a burn box is one of them, but it was superior to that. It was like I don't remember what it's called. It was, did that say fine scissors? I think that said fine scissors. They're better scissors than the regular scissors? Oh, these ones are considered fine scissors. So then what are forged scissors? Crude scissors. Oh, these ones are considered the fine scissors because they've got the blue handle. Okay. You'll probably look for that. You can. I don't remember what it's called. I'm sure there's somebody here who's really skilled in RimWorld that knows what I'm talking about. That it's essentially it's a kill box. It's really small, and you minimalize the amount of people that you have on it, and that it essentially trivializes the game. It makes it so that the game raids mean nothing to you anymore. That I've never used it myself, but I know it exists because I was I seen it. I seen it as an option. Okay, so it's more of these. Okay, we learned that. Carving forks, steak knives. These are things that I already knew, but for part of me wanted to keep them around just in case. But there's some things that do not smelt down even though they're broken. So carving forks, garden trowels, steak knives, when they break, just throw them away. You don't need them. They don't smelt down. Hi, by the way, Temetry. Thank you very much for the raid. There you go. A little intro-y thing, and just so that I can Yes, thank you for the raid. Do very much appreciate. What does it look like? I could just Google what it is and get subbed. Thank you very much for the subscription. You've been subscribed for 24 months, that's 2 years. That's a really long time. I very much appreciate the 2 years of frog emotes, advertisement previewing, and you died, and oh, I know that you take it on the chin, but like, and that you're good with it. But how did it happen? If you wanna rehash, feel free. I'm curious. Um, Meanwhile, I'll just really quickly look up this kill box because I'm. Uh, yeah, it's this one. Yeah, it's called the Singularity Defense, is what it's called. And I like I said, I haven't looked too deeply into how it works or whatever, but that is what it was dubbed. It was dubbed Singularity, and apparently it trivializes RimWorld's raids to the point where you can make it to end game with almost no issues, and it's minimalistic. You're distracted reading chat, and you ran into a zombie. So camoed and they just grabbed you and bit your hand. Oh, that happens. Reading chat is definitely one of the ways to die. It's pretty common. You heard that one doesn't work in 1.5, but that's my point. Is that I'm sure that they've got updated formats of it, and or if not, then it's something that's possible. Why can't I make spoons? Oh, because I need to make quarters. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's fine to take breaks and stuff. Like I'm doing a lot of variety stuff as well. Although my variety is not really as a break from the rat race because I don't really need a break from the rat race. Mine's more that I want to be able to stream other things as well. Like I don't want to be, stuck in one place and then end up hating Zomboid, which I don't. Like I've mentioned before, I don't hate Zomboid, and I'm in a good place with Zomboid. It's just that I don't want to ever be in that situation where I feel like I'm trapped in a game and that I eventually that I'm playing it every day and that I have no choice, right? I have choices and I'm going to play what I want, and that's always how it's been. That said though, I do take into account other people's information on it, and yeah. I do want to make sure that I'm being as clear as I can with all that stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's not good to feel trapped. Okay, I'm gonna take these tweezers out of here just in case. Yeah, so that as of 1.5, it doesn't work anymore, Kurumi. Then the person that created it probably hasn't updated it then. Isn't scrap wood an option for these? Yes. But it takes 18 scrap wood. A lot of scrap wood. Yeah, eventually in RimWorld, it seems like you always end up in the same sort of style in a way. With needing you almost need a kill box every time. It's because if you don't have something to slow down the enemies, then... Okay. I just know it exists. Because I did see it. I was like, oh. Because I wanted to look up like a nice simple design that I could use that had and then would have room for like flowers and stuff if I wanted it. And I couldn't really find one. So I just ended up doing what I've got. I like whenever you can get murdered by 42 Yorkshire Terriers. I still won't forget when Phoebe killed me with geese. It was a lot of geese. I don't think I've seen that many geese ever. There's so many geese. You just need good defenses. Yeah, but when you compare it to like the base defenses of every of the other colonies on the rim, like they don't have good defenses, not even in the slightest, yet they somehow are surviving. Like, have you ever raided into the other places in the rim world? They have like the worst defense ever. Why is it that they have trash defense and that yet they're still able to function, but we can't as a player, right? Uh, so I should be able to make the ball peen now. And now that we have the ball peen hammer, I just need to be able to assemble the ball peen hammer. I need a small handle. I need a medium handle, not a small handle. Now I need a hammer. Okay, now that we've got a ball peen hammer, we've unlocked the ability to do a lot of other things. Specifically, what we're going to do is we're going to be doing the fine metal spoons. Although, did they change the XP values on the fine metal spoons? No, it's still 26. How high do I want to get my blacksmithing? Oh, 32 iron chunks. Well, we need I need pliers, so metalworking pliers. Which means I need a metalworking chisel. Which means I need a steel half bar or an iron half bar. Yeah. So half bar. Okay. Now I need metal pliers. So I need another half bar. Oh, it needs a flat surface. Okay. This doesn't count as a flat surface. Where even are they? And how did I access that menu? Metalworking? Here we are. Okay, so it literally requires 20 pieces of this stuff. And I don't know where the buckles are in terms of being able to bring them back down. And it doesn't show up when you type fragment in here, which is interesting. It does, though, if you do this. So there's no... So... So you can't fragment the buckles. That gets me 1 gold fragment there. Yeah, I don't think you can break down the buckles. You used to be able to, but I think that's been removed. And I think aluminium/aluminum are not allowed to be utilized in that way either. That's okay. I have extra scissors that I don't need and or might need. I'm still deciding. So it's okay. just in the middle of assessing my pile of stuff. But yeah, it looks to me like a lot of the... So you can't smelt down the jar lids either, I don't think. But I could be wrong on that. You can learn the recipe on it, though. Not that it's really necessary, but, you know, why not? Diamond. Interesting. I'm gonna need that backpack then. Drop everything else on the floor, except the hat. The hat can't be on the floor. Where did the hat go? The diamonds can go in here, and so can this gold fragment. Place that here. Let's see. I find this interesting. I know it doesn't give much XP. XP is not what I'm looking for right now, though. I wonder what the diamonds are going to be used for. How much do you weigh? 0.5. Probably going to want to keep these on my person. It's just increasing the amount of things that I need in my backpack overall, which sucks. Did some of this become fresh? What happened to this? How did this become fresh? Some of the lemongrass magically became fresh. That's strange. Why did it do that? I'm pretty sure the necklace with a crucifix is probably pointless, but let's see. Discerning a few things. Need to see if these other necklaces are silver at all. It actually has to say silver, doesn't it? The ones that just say are not. No. Okay. So then these two are not. These two are because it says silver, but this one is not. Okay, so this is gonna go in here, even though this needs to go on the floor. These two can go on the thing. It'd be interesting to see what that's for. Okay, it's too dark to do anything with that other stuff, but we'll be... Yep. Yeah, I've done some, so I've done quite a lot of the blacksmithing, but the thing is that they're changing a lot of the blacksmithing while I was doing it, so it ends up being that almost all my information that I have on blacksmithing is constantly being shifted and broken and changed and adjusted. There's a lot of the recipes for broken things you couldn't use early on. There's a handful of broken things though that you can now, but I'm still figuring it out. Still, some of the things are the same though, like carved forks or whatever, carving forks, um, and those are the same. I'll wait for the pain to come down a bit. Why is Kirby music so good? I like it. It makes me happy. It's one of those games that's just it's kind of wistful in a way. Hello. Yeah, we're not gonna know for sure what's going on with everything until for quite some time. Not until things are settled in permanence. Okay, so now... So these fragments here... Hmm. It's to get iron, but not what I want. Maybe it's not in the furnace. What if it's in the forge? It is. Requires 2 to make a keychain, which requires 40 in total rings. 40 rings makes 1 keychain. How many to make a spoon? 8 ingots makes, or no, 1 ingot makes 1 small. How do we get a sheet? Ten fragments equals 1 sheet. The sheet then allows us to create right? So 10 fragments. Each fragment is 20. We've got 3 right now. That does make me wonder, though. Let's see. Nothing. Nothing. Sort of. Right now I'm doing blacksmithing stuff. I'm pretty sure this is not going to have anything to do with diamonds. So what are the diamonds for? Probably nothing for right now. If I had to guess. So something that I don't like, though, is that some of these things, no, they're all weigh the same. 0.03 when equipped, but they weigh 0.1, right? But then when you turn them into fragments, 20 of them, right? You're going to tell me that I can only get 0.05 back out of the, it weighs a total of 2, right? It weighs 2. That's the encumbrance of the amount of gold objects that I'm pulling weighs 2. And I can only pull back 0.5? Does that make sense? Am I that bad at scrapping golden objects that I can only get back like less than a fraction of a fraction of the gold objects? The jewelry should in turn be reduced in its weight if it's gonna have that be a function. Because right now it weighs way too much. Look at that, 0.1 encumbrance. Right? Yeah, clearly most of it's not even gold then. Which, if that's gonna be their argument, then that's I want other. I want to. I want to have the other metals be able to be utilized for gold. You know, for let me pull apart the metals, which I know is not physically possible because a lot of it will be fused together. But still, like I mean, a lot of it might be gold plated. But think about it like this: gold watch versus single gold ring, right? The size difference between these two objects, they weigh the same. Okay. Now, I know it's not weight. In Zomboid, it's not weight. It's comfortability of carrying, essentially. It's not actually it's how much it encumbers you. It's clearly bought at Walmart. Yeah, but so then I don't know. It's just some of these things. I just feel like all of that stuff should lose some of its weight if it's gonna if it's gonna amount to a 0.05 at the end of the day. Okay, that's fine. And if then it shouldn't cost me 20 objects to produce that 0.05, right? Because that weighs an encumbrance of 2. It's too much weight. Imagine me having to carry that back from Dixie to here on foot with 2 big old bags, right? My natural encumbrance is let's see. My natural encumbrance right now, let's assume that we're using duffels, right? So a duffel, right? So that's 12 encumbrance, which means that on total we would be able to do about, so 1 fragment is 2, right? So we'd be able to do 6 fragments per duffel. That means we'd be able to do a total of 12 fragments, right? 12 fragments means that I can make with 2 big bags of jewelry, and we're assuming that I'm bringing all the same kinds, so only gold or only silver, I could make 1 golden spoon with 2 big bags full of it's a little bit too realistic in a way. Like I'd need 2 entire duffels with. Now remind you that I do have the disorganized trait, which is why the duffels have 12 encumbrance. If we were a standard character, they think they'd have 14, right? Something like that. So we'd get an extra little bit. So you'd have about, you'd have 7 fragments per, so that would be total 14 fragments. You'd have 4 fragments left over. Oh, if it's 19? Is that organized? Do you take organized? Is it 18 on a standard character? Okay, so 18 would be 9. That means that you would get 18 fragments, right? So if you have, yeah. So if you still wouldn't be able to produce more than 1 spoon with 2 full duffels, full of it'd just be 1 spoon. And that's like I said, that's assuming you're only getting let's say you only do gold or you only do silver. You would be able to get 1's worth. Is there anything else in this that I want? Because I just wanted to see about the okay, I can make that if I put a file in there. So we should make a file really quick then. Yeah. So a half steel bar and 2 medium handles. I just want to make a file just so that we can make our own saws in the event that my current saw breaks. So yeah, let's do 2 of these. Like, look at the amount of items I have to put in here. Essentially, it's like these are all items that have purpose within the forge. To make it work. Okay, so now we would be able to make we would be able to make that happen, I think. Yeah, leveling through with the forge is You have not learned this recipe. Am I not high enough fishing level in order to have that recipe? That's unfortunate. So I can't actually pull these into wire at the moment because I don't have the recipe for it. I ran out of charcoal again. I don't actually think I can use the lead pipe. Hmm? Hmm. That was awkward. Hmm? How goes it the visa stuff? I'm not doing a visa yet. We're doing extended stay, which is it's essentially it will let me be there for until my passport expires. And then we'll renew my passport, we'll apply for an extension, and then I'll go for dual citizenship. So essentially that's the method that we're going through right now. However, if it doesn't work out, like if for example like we get declined, which is I don't expect we would, but if it did happen, we do get declined. Um, I would apply for A, probably a visa through education would be the best choice. Um, and then I could just do that route instead. Because I do still have intentions of maybe doing some more school stuff here in the near future. But we'll see. It's one of those things that we might do it together. Like Emma will maybe, because maybe with my help, Emma can have aspirations for that kind of thing. We'll see. We were still discussing it. But at the end of the day, I don't see any problems. I see it just an eventuality of Emma and I living together. Like we're already prepping for my setup over there, as well as So it's just a matter of time, at least in my mind. I don't like that this menu needs to be open for us to craft with it because Zomboid's not a game you want to have a big bulky menu covering everything. Like it's just not it's not that kind of game. If you like if you have a big bulky menu covering things, it makes you nervous. It's like the mechanics too, right? Oh yeah, I'm keen. I am looking forward to all of it. It's going to be an experience. That's one of the reasons why I'm putting in so much effort into the different aspects of things. Like I'm getting all the business stuff situated, lots and lots of stuff going there. I'm making sure that I've got all of my stuff in order, like before we get the move initial, and then also then I'm going to start focusing once the move is done. Then I can focus on stream, and we can really set up a proper schedule. We can start consistently maybe making videos and stuff for YouTube and probably YouTube, to be honest. I don't expect I'd do any sort of. I don't have interest in TikTok. No offense to folks that like that platform, but there is just no interest there at all for me. I don't. I just can't. Not for me. Maybe you'll be one day lucky enough to meet me. I'm more than likely. I want to bring Emma to events and stuff. I want to go to events. I've been to like PAX and I've been to events before. I like going to events. You and the Northern Lights have unfinished business. I seen them yesterday. Just as I was almost, I wanted to get a picture for you, but I couldn't get a picture that was clear enough. So I was like, it didn't work. So like, yeah, there was Northern Lights literally yesterday for me. Sorry. TikTok is horrible? I don't know. It's just like any media, right? I assume it's the same. Okay, so this is lead pipe, so it does not have the same parameters as... I just can't get into it. I tried. I put in a little effort to try and like go and look at TikTok, and I just like, this is not for me, and I don't get it. I feel like a grandparent on there. They hide their devices when they see that you're nearby. Well, clearly they're still gonna watch that stuff because they like it. That you're not gonna be able to really censor them away from it either. It's not something that can be done. And the more you try, the more they're gonna be against it. So, all in all, just it's not worth it. It's not worth trying. Okay, so this one, you could sit them down and like discuss it with them, but the thing is it won't quite work, right? Yeah, but that might be a reverse. Like, it might not work that way. They might be like, "Oh, okay, then," and then they'll go and watch that. The best way to get around it would be to have a sit down with them and be like, "Look, this is all it is it is it's I don't know, it's short viewing content, but we all have our versions of that exist for us that we enjoy, right? And so they're enjoying it. I don't know. It's just it's there's no winning. I don't think there's winning. Just looking at my bladed options. It's funny how you get the long, simple blade at level 3, but it requires level 6 napping. They all require steel, which is it butter knives? I'm pretty sure it's butter knives, right? Let me double check. No. There we go. Bread knives, pieces of the katana, if we wanted to smelt down those katanas. Scissors count. So broken kitchen knives, bread knives. Okay. There you go. See those little things though. It's because it's short. It plays into the instant gratification culture. Because that's culture that existed. Like people don't want to stand in line and wait for things, but then some folks don't mind that, right? Queuing is very important, but the sense is that you don't like to wait, right? Some folks don't like and instant gratification. Why would I wait when I can have it right now? That kind of mentality is the same for the shorts. It exists for that for purpose as well. I cut to the point, less than a minute. You get less than 30 seconds to view stuff. But then in regards to that, it can be really bad too. I remember when I was watching a show a long time ago, where one of the judges of it was a dancing show of some kind. One of the judges said that they hated TikTok dancers because they don't utilize the full stage. They only dance in the small frame that would be a phone, like a phone frame. You know, so their movements are extremely limited, and as a result, the dances just well, when you limit the scope of the stage, well, then you're not able to really express to the fullest of degree, right? I don't know. It ends up being weird. I don't know. Cultures change over time, right? I'm guarantee if you were to take somebody from like the 16 or 1500s and plop them here, they would be very much like everything's going too quickly. Why don't you guys slow down a little bit? And then it's because of that whole mentality of life is short, etc., right? Life's so short. But is it really? Because you, in the same breath, can say, well, but you got to slow down to smell the roses. Well, which is it? Are you going to slow down to smell the roses, or are you gonna be expressing that it's too short? You can't have both. It doesn't work that way. They're opposites. Have a nice stream. I do appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having an okay day. I'm just ranting about cultures being silly in the sense that we change and then, you know, because I remember there were certain things we weren't allowed to do when we were young, but if you really think about it right now, it's like, why though? 'Cause, and then if you look at your grandparents versus your grandparents would be like, why are you not letting them have that? Or why are you not letting them do this? I don't understand. And you see, so then it becomes a generation versus generation versus generation, and it's that's not how it should be. It shouldn't be generations versus each other. There shouldn't be such a distinct separation on the generations. I feel like that those whole things, millennials and Generation Z or Zoomers or Boomers and all that crap, it's all just silly labels that we throw on stuff that kind of limits things. There's a lot of limitations that are applied to nowadays because people want to know what things are, they want to put a label on everything. You can't really do that though. Like, I mean, it's not, it changes, but then it changes in a gradient. So like for example, I don't feel like I fit into some of the generations that I'm a part of because technically I'm a millennial, but there's aspects of the millennials that I do not resonate with. While meanwhile, like, I mean, there's aspects of it doesn't fit, right? Because there's a lot of the times that I feel like I'm part of like really old generations. Like I'm looking at stuff and it is confusing, frustrating, and somewhat tiring. Other times I'm peppy and can try my best to keep an open mind and take in all the info that I can. But it just depends. And I don't think that it should be separated in that way. Okay, so I'm gonna keep 50 belt buckles. And I'm gonna throw the rest away. And I'm just gonna start ripping apart a lot of this stuff. Yeah, it's true, and it's because the newer, like it's that they're being formed, right? And then they change things, and sometimes people don't like change. Change is a necessary thing. It exists to kind of update things in positive ways. Sometimes change is bad, but the thing is that's part of the problem is they'll change things. Like for example, they'll change language or they'll change like and things will get updated and then it'll jostle someone not in a not good way, right? So they'll be more concerned. Um I'm gonna smelt down the broken katanas, I'm pretty sure. We're actually almost level 5 metalworking. I'm going to get some fish going. I don't like that it's generation versus generation a lot of the time. Yeah, it's good to have outdoor fun as well. Go outside, run around for a while, climb stuff. Outside playing till dawn? Oh, we never got to use that. It wasn't playing till dawn. It was outside most of the day until you heard it was a whistle. You would hear a whistle through time, space, walls. It didn't matter where you were. It was time to go home. That whistle was ridiculous. I will never forget that. Through time and space, you could hear that sound. Didn't matter if you were in someone's home, you're far away. Nope. It meant go home. Oh my gosh. That sounds oh, that sounds very unfortunate. That's crazy. Kids will be kids though, right? You can't really get mad, but you can get mad, but Your dad always did the whistle? Oh, it was crazy. That whistle was ludicrous. I remember being inside. Like we were inside playing games and hearing that whistle sound and being like, "Oh, I gotta go." And they're like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "No, that's the see that you heard that sound." They're like, "What sound?" I was like, I gotta go. Okay, bye." Right now, I have to leave right now. It's like it's like a different frequency or something. I don't know. I don't know how they can hit those notes. But when you're a parent, that there is mom and dad voices that exist that come when you become a parent. You're gifted with these special parenting voices that just exist in a certain tone, in a certain frequency that it works on other people's kids too, which is the interesting part. It doesn't just work on your own kids. It'll work on other kids too. Because I remember one time there was a family that was they had a misbehaving kid in the store, and we were grocery shopping, and my mom turns and just I don't even remember the noise that was made. It's just for me it was like it was a you're in trouble kind of noise, but it was like a grumble or a something like that. And then the other kid was quiet too immediately. There's just silence. And the other parent didn't notice. They were like until they're like, "Hey, did you want a treat or something?" Because I think that they were misbehaving because of that. And did you want a treat or something? And she's the kid's like, "No, no, I'm good. I'll be good." It's just nice when that's the kind of thing, right? I don't know. Good times though. I had a good childhood, I feel. My childhood was not bad. I got to go and play. I got to we didn't always we weren't I don't know, it's weird. I'm gonna pause for a sec just so I can it's one of those things that's always strange, right? Because people can think of their bad memories, people can think of their good memories. It depends, right? Yeah, I mean, but it could always be better, right? Like, there's always aspects that could be better, but it shapes you into the individual that you were. So, like, as much as it could have been better, it's not necessarily, it could have been worse too, right? And that's how I see it as well, is that it could have been worse. We were initially very poor, but still content. That's the thing is that was good about growing up is contentment was always the goal. It was never about oh let's get so much money that we don't have to worry. Let's get so many random possessions or any no. It was about contentment. If you can find contentment, then you've won. That essentially was the my bigger life lesson that I learned. If you can find contentment, you win. Because you don't need to be happy, you need to be content. Because there's going to be ups and downs in life regardless. It's always going to happen. There's ups and downs. Sometimes you're going to be sad. And sometimes you're not. Wait a second. Where is... Okay, there it is. Okay. How heavy are you? Oh, this is a big fish. But yeah, that's the thing that I learned in my childhood. That and also the meaning, like, the meaning of life. 'Cause I've had that answered for, like, years. The meaning of life, at least for me, is to live. It's very simple. There's no deeper meaning that you need. It means there's no extension. We're here to have our adventure, to enjoy it, and to live. That is the meaning of life. It's not really about the ending. Knowing the ending is... I mean, we know the ending. It's already been foretold by pretty much everybody. It's like, whether you believe in an afterlife or not, regardless, this world will end for you. And, you know, enjoy your time here while you got it. Yeah, striving for contentment. That is the big thing that I learned when I was little. And I appreciate that life lesson. Yeah, most things. I think there's some jellyfish and stuff that have like they're able to reverse age or something that they found. And they wanted to use it to splice with DNA and stuff, but they haven't figured out quite how to do it. And even if they did, and we managed to undo aging, that's not the only thing, you know. We would have to start expanding our reach. There would be expansion. Because, I mean, people are claiming about, there's so much, what is it? Overpopulation and this, that, and the other thing. I don't want to, like, yeah, maybe it's true that maybe there is overpopulation, but if you've ever driven from one side of Canada to the other, there is a ton of empty space that is not used and won't be used because, well, for one, part of it is I don't know if it's the right word, but is part of the indigenous so that we're not actually allowed to develop that land. But that said, like there is a lot of empty space. And I don't know, it just would be interesting, I guess. If we ever unlock that, we would get a lot smarter sort of, but I think not really. Because there would be a lot of folks that are stuck in their ways and would be I think it would be if humanity gained some sort of immortality curse, that we would be it would be tough because there, like I said, there would be some people that are just like wanting to live life like whatever century they came from, right? That's Barry. Hi, Barry. Hopefully you're having a good day, Barry. I'm having a good day. I'm making progress in the rat race, and currently I'm doing some blacksmithing. Um, so we can do some fine spoons across the steel bars. Dolphins are cool? Yes, they are. Pod raid, indeed. Do my little intro-y thing. Um, Sorry, I hit all the buttons on the soundboard. Do I like bubble tea? I mean, it's okay. I wouldn't go out of my way to eat bubble tea all the time though, because I don't know what those little jelly beads are made of, and it's one of those things where because I don't know the intricacies of what it's made, I would want to. If I started having it more, I would want to know. It's kind of like a treat for me, I guess. I'll have it once in a while, but I won't have it all the time. It's tapioca. Okay, did not know that. Yeah, so for me, it's like a dessert thing that I get once in a while. Do I like it? Yes. Would I go out of my way to get one? It depends. Would you go out of your way to get an ice cream? Maybe. Depends on the day, right? If it's dead of winter, more than likely I'll actually try and go out of my way for it. But it's gluten free. That's not so. The gluten free thing doesn't matter to me. I don't care if something's gluten free so long as it tastes okay to me. if if it says gluten free, kudos. I guess it's good for the other people that have a gluten allergy. For me, I don't have a gluten allergy. I don't have an allergy to anything except for pancakes. And I'd rather not go into the details on that because it's my own strange, odd sort of allergy. The unique thing that I am allergic to that everyone else likes. You miss KFC? I'm sure you probably can get some gluten-free options at KFC. Maybe, maybe not. Not, don't know. I know they try to offer a lot of stuff for different places. Like I know a lot of fast food chains do that. I don't know if KFC does. I remember reading something about KFC though, and that Colonel Sanders actually sued them. I was really surprised to read about that. And that they opened up an original restaurant that has the actual recipe of his chicken. It's kind of a really interesting story. Yeah, apparently they decided that they wanted to cheap out and Colonel Sanders wasn't happy with it. So, cuz that happens sometimes in business. Is there are cheaper alternatives to making your product and usually you'll take that cheaper alternative if it's available and you weren't allowed to buy that stuff. It seems strange you wouldn't give your employees the ability to purchase the stuff. Usually, you get what's it called? A free meal or free like a discount, employee discount of some kind. But I suppose that would work for their establishments, not for their warehouses. Ah, okay, I see. So it was more like you were a third party kind of deal. You didn't actually work for them. Yeah. Thank you again for the raid, Barry. Do very much appreciate you. Hopefully you are having a good day. I'm just gonna tidy up a little bit of this mess that I have going on here. Uh, Thank you for gifting a sub to Barry. Do very much appreciate. Barry, enjoy your ad-free viewing, as well as your frog emotes, as well as increasing channel currency, as well as my appreciation. Hopefully... Oh. Oh, there goes that. It lasted for a long time, though. We can't deny that. It lasted, like, for ages. I ripped, like, a ton of clothes with that thingy. Yeah. Okay, I said I'd keep 50 of them, so... Remainder of these buckles will go in the trash. I had to make another... I had to make another knife. You prefer the corruption to the crimson? Um, my favorite biome is the hollow. And me and a friend did versus. They had corruption versus hollow, right? The world was like 80 to 90% hollow by the end of it. Because I am efficient when I want to take over the world. They said I cheated though, but because they said hollow's easier to spread, which at the time was not entirely true because the corruptors you can get the corruptors to help you, but you need to shoot. You need to get it to shoot, right? Them to shoot, and in order to get them to shoot, they need the ability to shoot that, and so it's a lot of extra time. But yeah, I was using the I had like I kept putting little bits of hollow into their area, so their corruption would be fighting with hollow in in the area, and then I would then we would be versing in the center bit, right? Eventually, I had the entire spawn covered in hollow. It was great. Okay, that's there now. Let's go here. Okay, those need to be washed at some point in the future. That's not right this second. Cancel sleep. And then tomorrow we'll take apart all those watches and because I'm just going to have them as electrical scrap that's going to go in one of the cupboards. Hmm. Screwdriver's missing. So what I'll do is I'll just put these in there for now. Because we'll bring them with us. So how much iron is here? Okay. So how close are we anyways to being able to make a golden spoon or fork anyways? So we've got a total of some. Okay, so this one's gonna go here. We're gonna put the silver stuff in there. So we fill this entire bag. It'll give us a total of 6 fragments once it's full. Right? No. Oh no, yeah, that's right. 6 fragments once it's full. Those 6 fragments I can then convert to 9 total currently. So we need 2 full bags, 2 full duffels of so I need this other duffel is what I need. So we need both duffels and then they need to all be filled with gold in order to do this. Right? Are we good? No, we're not good. Okay, fine. Plus, I need to be able to carry that other duffel that's got this stuff here. So, quit. This duffel, can it go in there? No. This is full. Like, okay. Well, can you go in here? You can. Okay, so this is the one duffel. So we're going to take this duffel and that duffel, and then we also have the other duffel. So that's 3 duffels. One of them has the items that I'm going to be using for the defenses and the fobs. The other ones are going to be emptied and then used to collect gold so that we can have golden keychains and preferably a golden fork or spoon to eat our salads with. Because we're reaching that point of excellence where we get the lavish life of luxury, where we can have golden food, eating implements. But we need to gain a little bit more weight before we head out. Because unfortunately, Higgins his current weight's not good enough. We need like a little bit more weight. So we can currently make a metal spoon if we want, but I'd rather just skip to directly to gold if we can from the wooden one. Which we have the ability to do. Actually, we should do this outside. This is kind of why I want to do the fitness anyways. It's comboing with the fact that we're trying to gain a little bit of weight, we will be hitting level 6 fitness. So we got it. I don't think I'll be able to bring that with me. No, probably can't. But there is one major benefit about being here, and that is that this is the first place that has access to the forged stuff. We need daylight. And now I need... Wait a second, there's a broken katana there. Oh, only the blade, not the bottom part. So the bottom part's not. This counts as what? Oh, this is a long blade, I guess, that we can use. I guess we'll bring it with us and use it. Okay. I need these. We're high enough carpentry, right? I hope. For real? Just need a couple more. Wow. It compresses the weight that much. Kind of impressive. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to wait on that then. Two will have to do for now. Well, it is October. We'll leave your green bandana here, Higgins. I think his winter garb is back at the other place. Which is fine, because we're going to be jogging most of the way there. This is a nice little holiday for blacksmithing and stuff. We managed to forge ourselves a few metal knives. And we'll be getting more knives and such as time goes on, as well as other metals. But it's time to leave this place for the time being. Head back to the Spiffos, fortify our fob over in sec that. In Dixie. That's right, we're doing gold. Yeah, we got fit. Be nice. We're gonna be upgrading our fobs soon. So we tidied up the McCoy estate space a little bit. It's not perfectly clean, but it's better than it was. We are then going to do the same to the Spiffos, a little tidy up, and then we're going to start prepping to do the forward operating base, as well as we should have enough axes to finish the wall, and I have enough wood related things now to collect hinges, and we should be able to do the doors as well for the gates. Then we can't plumb them yet, but I can definitely put a water barrel on the roof of the Spiffos. I need 12 logs and 12 rip sheets. Lack of tree growth? What do you mean by lack of tree growth? If you mean why is there no trees so closer to my area, it's I chopped them all down. That's why. But if you're talking about in general or if in the rat race, why is erosion slower? That was a suggestion that I made. Why? Oh, in Requoy Estates? Oh, there was trees. We chopped them all down. I cleared that place out. There were trees everywhere, and I cleaned it up. That zombie's fresh. How are you so fresh? So that'll be 2. So I need 12 total logs in order to create the stairs up to the top of the roof of the Spiffos so that I can put the rain catcher barrel on the top. I'm just going to use a tarp one because it's easier. But yeah, I did tidy up a large portion of this area to make sure that it's nice for us. And you can see that I've made walls, right? In terms of McCoy Estates, you can actually... I did use a lot of the trees, though, for their wood for charcoal. Blacksmithing takes a lot. Like, a lot of charcoal. It is, very expensive when it comes to how much it costs to do blacksmithing. The roads are a mess. Trees will never grow on the roads. Like the roads, like the actual roads. They'll grow on like the side paths and the hiking trails, but they'll never grow on the roads. They can't. It's not within their bounds to do so unless you have mods. But yeah, they'll always be growing in those locations around the paths and stuff, and you have to clean them out unless you make yeah, like that one. Yeah, you'd have to like make it go, like do blacksmithing, make nails, and then make a path, because that's your only real way around it. You have to do blacksmithing and then make a path. I need nails in order to get blacksmith going. Yeah, that's essentially it, right? You need nails in order to make nails. And then you also need, like, ball peen hammer. There's so many things that you need. It starts getting crazy after a while. Because it's like, okay, I need a ball peen hammer. I need nails. I need a metal punch. I need metalworking chisel. And carpentry chisel. And masonry chisel. And masonry trowel. And it just so many tools that exist right now that do so many different tasks, and you don't really know what you need until because when it doesn't say anywhere where those things are needed until you receive them, or it will tell you in the recipes, but the right click menu, for example, would you be able through this right-click menu to know that I can do metalworking and I can do carpentry right now through this menu? Or you used to be able to. Now it's in here, but before you used to be able to right-click to do it. Right? It used to be in the right-click menu. Now it's here. Okay, well, so now let's say I want to do something specific. Like, let's say I want to do some welding. Okay, well, all the welding is locked. Okay. How do I do welding then? Because, like, so just based on this alone, how do I do welding? It says I can't do welding until level 3, right? For a lot of things. Oh, it says I can make metal floors. I just need a welding torch, some small sheets, and welding rods. Okay. I suppose I must get those through blacksmithing, right? So then you have to go in blacksmith and see. And then you'll see that they are there, but they're like locked behind a bunch of stuff. So like you won't be able to do any of that stuff for quite some time. It's just the amount of back and forth and then the lack of clarity is a problem. That's why a lot of people will get that the crafting mod, the one that shows you where your what crafts into what, so that they know, right? Because otherwise it's not clear. Some things like it's like, how do I get this? Okay, but for this, how do I craft that? Oh, I need specifically this one type of hammer in order to craft it, because that is how it is for some of the recipes. Some of the recipes require specifically a ball peen hammer, or another one requires what was it? It was the block mace. What was it? Oh yeah, it's this one. It's not a ball peen. It's a club. You need a club hammer for this, specifically a club hammer in order to do this. It'll accept a block mace, but the block mace is something that you can create through. You need welding level 1 in order to obtain it, right? So, okay, so to be able to make the block mace, which is what would allow masonry players to access the mall as well as so the same as a player reaching napping level 5, right? A masonry player has to reach level 7 and have level 1 welding in order to access the same things that a napping player level 5 can reach. So, like, here, I'll show it. Napping level 5 gets you this the ability to nap the stone mall heads, right? Which this lets you, these mall heads let you pickaxe, essentially. They let you mine, right? But masonry, not only does it require level 7 masonry, but it also requires specifically one of these. It's like, but this club hammer also is able to mine on its own, so why would you ever need that? I came for the rant. Okay. You caught me mid-rant there, Rhett. Yes, thank you very much for the raid. I do very much appreciate you. If folks don't know Rhett, you guys should follow Rhett. Rhett's fantastic. He's the science guru of Zomboid, but he also plays a lot of other games like Vintage Story and a bunch of other sort of crafting survival titles. But yeah, so I was ranting very briefly, and I guess I can cull the rant for now, but you came for the rant. Basically, clarity is not, like, on some things is not, it's not clear what you can craft with certain things unless you have the crafting stations available, or you have, so let's say that I want to be a blacksmith. Well, being a blacksmith requires pottery and all this other stuff that I wouldn't have a clue about, and that there's no conveyance of that in any way. So, okay, I want to be a blacksmith. I want to make swords. Okay, better get to pottery. But why? Why do I need to do pottery? And because I need the crucible. Oh, but I didn't take any points in pottery. Oh no. So now I have to level up pottery without any bonus points because I didn't know that was a requirement. So essentially, there's too many little gates with not enough clarity. That, like, for example, like this one. In order to make something that is the same value as something that is easier to get, so in this case, I'm using napping as an example. Napping level 5 gets you the stone mall head, correct? Masonry level 7 is required, and not only masonry level 7, you also need to do welding level 1. Because if you don't, let's say, because we throw away the club hammer, because the club hammer is non-accessible, let's say, in this case, because we're going based on the fact that, okay, we've got them, and I didn't even count the masonry chisel. I'm pretending that you have that already, which, in saying that, there is no alternative to the masonry chisel, and all the other chisels, I why there are like 50 million chisels, which there aren't. There's the masonry chisel, the carpentry chisel, there's like 5 or 6 chisels, metalworking chisel. But why? A chisel is an object that, yes, it's meant to be hit by another object in order to do you need that justification? If in reality you grabbed a masonry chisel and a metalworking chisel and showed them to somebody who's never worked in any of those fields, would they be able to tell the difference? Yes, they may be different metals. Yes, they may have different qualities, but why are they hit object into other object to, right? Like, it just doesn't. It's one of those things, right? Yeah, this is how you died, indeed. So that was my rant earlier, is that's why people download that mod about the crafting and how crafting um kind of is its thing, is that you don't know. You don't know the requirements. Like, would you know that this requires level 1 welding on top in order to do? Because you need to have access to the block mace. And like I said, I'm giving benefit of the doubt on the masonry chisel. I'm just pretending that you have that already. They're kind of common. You can find them in zombies, but at the end of the day, it's not you shouldn't have to rely on that. But club hammers are a lot less common on zombies. You find them on construction zombies. Occasionally you'll forge them. They're in carpentry inventories, but it's like, it's too many gates with not enough info. Okay, rant's done. Hopefully it was a good rant. And if it wasn't, I apologize. If there's clarity, if people want clarity on my rants, then I tangent like that, definitely feel free to ask. Because I can go into details on why I feel the way I do. Then go to McCoy's and make a punch. I mean, I'm just trying to think about, how did I do it? Oh yeah, I foraged up a hacksaw. That's so, if you have a hacksaw, or if you have a the welding torch and mask, you can just use those to get your quarters. But it is frustrating that is a requirement, that you have to forage up a hacksaw, or that you have to find a hacksaw and or a welding torch and mask to be able to do it, or you have to smash the pristine ingot you just created into a zombie to break it in order to craft. Like, I don't like that at all. I don't remember that being up there. You guys okay? Yeah. Throw that there for right now. Also, if you need self-care rep, make sure to get some. I'm curious how far you guys got in vintage story. I know you've been playing Zomboid recently too, but are you guys passed and onto bronze yet? Oh, you're doing the metalworking clips. You're already making burgers. Oops. Cool. Okay, I need to fix that. I am not going to remember that I did that. Well, not right away anyways. There we go. Nice. Okay. I'm probably going to bring them with me like that. Meanwhile, trying to see if there is a bag that I want to dub as... Because these bags are all... metal bags that I want to bring back with me, but... Oh. Alright, 15-minute go. Hello. Are you using a mod to purify water in the rain collector now that it's all contaminated? First off, I think they fixed that in the recent patch. But I never have a problem with tainted water because usually I boil it anyways. I don't drink directly from the tap. I put it into a bottle, and then if it's tainted, then I boil it. But yeah, no, I'm not playing with any mod or anything like that. But I'm pretty sure they fixed that. So I'm sorry if you've lost characters to that. It is unfortunate that has been a thing, that people have lost characters as a result. You did? Oh, okay. Like I said, I do. I am sorry that you lost characters as a result of that. Throw it this way. Throw that away. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they fixed that. That is no longer a thing. But I still take precautions, and I've always been that way. Anyways, I don't just drink from the taps unless I know for sure I'm gonna be okay. And you can never guarantee, especially when they start playing around with those sorts of parameters in the stuff, right? The second they started touching the thirst, I immediately was like I'm never drinking. I was even tempted to turn off auto drink and always boil water. Very tempted. We didn't end up doing it, but you know, I was tempted to do it because I don't trust it, and for good reason. You lose characters if you put all of that in there, right? Wizard weapons to use. Gonna quickly get rid of these extra spoons that are here. Gotta remember to bring this crate trap over there, because we forged this up. We forged so far up 2 steel traps and 1, or cage traps and 1 crate trap. It's kind of crazy. Hunters just leaving their traps around. Likely I'm going to want to take this 29 clay with me when I go to there. So let's try and put... So that's 1 bag already full. Could you imagine? Our survivor just nicks their trap. Just leaves. The rabbits have claimed their trap. And then they go through and just they're paranoid then from then on about their traps being stolen by rabbits. Oh, oops, I put those in my bag, didn't I? So if I want to make a second watch bag, I can. I just had a thought, and that's that we can make our compost thing happen here in a second. So that's good. Okay. Okay, now we'll get some food, and then we're almost done organizing, which is nice. Ooh, corn. Hooray for corn. Hmm. Can we turn the corn into more seeds? I guess these are 5 seeds. Actually, can I? Yeah. Let's go drop these in the bin. Actually, you know what? We'll set this up to be a combat backpack. Literally only the things for combat in it. When did I start streaming? Um, like, like my very, very first time streaming or entering the streaming world? Like, which do you mean? Just for clarity's sake, which is it? Do you mean when did I first enjoy streamers and get introduced to the streaming world, or my first time streaming? So my first time streaming was roughly 12 years ago. I've been a streamer for about that long. I think, roughly. Let me think. It would be yeah, I think. Because what year is it right now? It's 2025, right? Yeah, 12 to 14 years. 12 to, well, it's 12 to 13 years streaming, roughly. So I would say, and I've had a long journey with streaming, and we hopefully longer journey to come. Like I've been having a blast with it for over a decade. Um, and then I've been interacting with this streaming world for over 2 decades. So that's why I asked for clarity on the question, is because um, I've been involved with streaming, like, and enjoyed like streamers and content and all of that stuff for a very, very long time. Not counting when YouTube was just kind of when YouTube was new, like which but like and all that. Like the yeah, so my yeah, noob tube. New tube. Yeah. The but yeah, Justin TV accounts unite. I mean, pretty much, yeah. My account's really old, and as like it would reflect that, I'm sure. Um, I've been around for a very, very long time. I didn't start like streaming has always been a hobby for me, and I didn't start really leaning towards considering it as a profession for till just not recently, but like I would say recently, but it within the last couple of years actually. Because before it never ever seemed possible. Before I just was like, it's not like it wasn't in the realm of understanding for me back in like it seemed like a dream to achieve, but not possible. Can I ask how much you make in a month? Do you mean streaming? Streaming is not. It's not anything to make a large amount or anything. I make maybe from streaming. It's about between $500 and $1,000 ish, like depending, and it can be lower. Like it can be a lot lower. Like some months you'll see almost a few $100s if you're lucky, and that's if you really tried hard. That's the thing, right? It's never been something that is been a professional possibility for me until recently. Until recently, it started to pick up in a way, and also because you know, I don't know, it's interesting. Yeah, it's weird to stream that you streamed on Twitch before it became Twitch. I didn't stream on Twitch before it became Twitch, but at least I don't think. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. I don't remember. But um you could technically retire off it. Not really. No, because I'm talking pre-taxes, not post-taxes. So you got to take into account that you got to do your taxes at the end of the year, and that, like, I mean, there are other things that are involved. But then again, streaming currently isn't my primary profession. Currently I own a business, and it's like it's that's more my primary profession. Minus 50% taxes easy. I mean, kind of. I'm Canadian, so it's not quite as bad, but it is still pretty bad. Like it's essentially it's not something you could live on. Yeah, tax is brutal because it goes through the taxes via the US and I have to reclaim it. So if I don't mark the claim, my taxes I don't get it back. The government keeps it. So that's one of the reasons why you got to make sure that you're doing your taxes right, and that if you got to be careful. Make sure that the paperwork is in order. Otherwise, first off, if you get it wrong and you owe the government more, well then that's bad. They can fine you, and if you don't pay the fine, that's tax evasion. Which is, jail. Alternatively, though, it depends on the where you live, right? Like I said, I'm Canadian, so my taxes are a little bit different than the U.S. In the U.S., there's a lot. It's a lot worse in terms of how much you have to pay and how much you have to give to the government. Yeah, and I agree with Rhett. Kind of, it's a snack fund. Now, in saying that, potentially there is, I've done the math now, and I know that there is a means to be able to live on this now. Kind of. There is a way to turn it into a profession, but you can imagine that, like I said before, my priorities are: priority one, prep for the move, get my paperwork in order and move to Sweden, be with Emma, because I want to be with my partner. I don't want to be like drifting so far away from my partner that I can't quite, like, that we're not together. So priority one is to go the is to go and be with Emma. Priority two, then start working towards maybe making streaming a profession. And I'm clear and I'm transparent about as many things as I can be, so long as it's not within like some kind of NDA or something like that. If there were disclosure agreements or, things that kept me from telling you guys stuff, I would try to, I would just say, I'm sorry, I can't talk about that. But at the end of the day, I try to be as clear as I can. And when people come and ask a question, I try to give the best answer I can. But also, I try my best not to, for example, dox myself or give information that's not, that's too much. But I have a bad habit of just kind of giving the right answer if I know it. Like, so, like, and just maybe giving too much information. But anyways, it's only taxation. It's not if you don't file. It's if you don't file and then you refuse to pay, kind of thing. Like you don't pay for a long time, and like because they'll send you memos and stuff like that. From what I understand, that they'll be like, hey, this is wrong. You owe us, and then you have to pay. And usually you have to pay a fine. On top of that, it's when you avoid doing all of that, then it escalates, and they then it's jail time, because there's like a grace period or something. There's always a grace period because they understand crisis, especially if you have family crisis, or if you're in an event that is like, for example, if you're in like one of those natural disaster events, they understand you can't really be doing your taxes while an earthquake, a gigantic forest fire, or a tidal wave takes out your home. Not really easy to do taxes then, right? So that's or a tornado is tearing through stuff. Like there is leeway there, but it is bureaucratic, and which means that yes, there's leeway, but it's not endless. So you have to get it done eventually. Once again, though, I'm really good at paperwork, so I'm not worried about that stuff usually ever. Unless there's hoops that I'm supposed to jump and then there's interviews and those kinds of things can make me a little bit more uneasy, but I can deal with it. Yeah. But anyways, so hopefully that gives you an idea of the amount that I make. But at the same time, remember, every streamer is different. Some streamers have increased income based on having more ads play. Sometimes streamers have, less income. It also depends on what you decide to do in terms of your reach, in terms of, are you going to do promotional content, or are you going to get paid by the gaming companies for doing said promotional content? And then it's from there, it's growth and interactions and stuff like that. There is a trick to successfully streaming, and I have an understanding of that. There's some parts of it though that I'm averse to because of my personality type. I don't like social media. I really don't. I feel like it's a terrible place to be. So I try to interact with that area as little as I can, and it's at a detriment to myself. I also don't like fads very often. So once again, that can be a bit of a detriment in terms of these kinds of things, right? But I'm aware of it, and anyways, moving from there, it's just a matter of growth and etc. Being consistent, having a schedule is important. Of course, I don't have one, but have you ever dual streamed? You mean like streamed to multiple platforms? Yes, I have. I've streamed. I used to be a Mixer slash Beam streamer a long time ago. And unfortunately, that platform is now gone, right? Because they were sold to Facebook, became Facebook Gaming, and then I don't know what happened to it after that. They offered me a settlement to join their site, and I said no. And I took a year off streaming to kind of refine what I wanted in video games, and came very close to actually just leaving video games entirely. I was really, really close to just being like, I don't know what I want, and I don't find this as fun as I used to. And I was sort of soul searching for a year. And then I came back because I found, I found essentially Zomboid. And then, ta-da, here I am. But, and then my stream has seen quite a lot of different styles over the years. In the very beginning, I used to have a full game screen, right? Then it transitioned to essentially what is referred to now as PNG tuber. Mine didn't light up, but it was just a PNG, and that was a little display on of my avatar at the time, right? So way back when, I was one of the original PNG tubers, kind of, sorta. But then, from there, it evolved into an overlay. So I had a big clunky pink overlay with chat in the upper right, my little avatar in chibi form on the bottom, and then my game was here. Now, I transitioned away from that because I didn't like how much of the screen it took up. Screen real estate, right? I wasn't really keen on it. So I got rid of it. Eventually, I went from that, and then I ended up transitioning over to different websites. So to try different streaming websites. So I tried a couple other websites, and I ended up at Beam and Mixer. Back then I was a Minecraft slash Overwatch streamer. And from there, I came to, like I said, when Beam and Mixer went away, like they sold to Facebook Gaming, they actually did it early as well, which I knew it was going to happen because I was a partnered streamer over there. I knew it was coming because they were purchasing assets that were surprisingly, and I know how business works. It was coming. It was coming, but then drama happened on Twitter, and then was starting to happen behind the scenes. So they just dropped it like right away, like instant drop. And sold to Facebook like right before they were inevitably going to be losing way too much. So, I then left from there, didn't stream for a year, tried a bunch of different games because I didn't like the direction Overwatch was going. I tried League of Legends, made friends with a League of Legends community that was amazing. They also played some of the MMOs I play, which was kind of cool. Um, and then I went from there to streaming Zomboid essentially. I was we had eventually entering to this stage now where I have a tuber. So a tuber's here, and then it is what it is. You kind of things evolve and progress. The tuber is the reason why I'm doing a tuber instead of a webcam, because I have done a webcam before, is actually it's future proofing so that in the future when I'm with Emma, she doesn't have to make. There's no worries because Emma wouldn't want to be on camera. Emma wouldn't want any of that stuff. So it's just a future proof. But yeah, and as for the love of frogs, it started out as just something that I really liked, and eventually it evolved into something that is more over time because people kept sending me frog stuff and it was cute and I like it, and then it just got more and more, and now it's just people. I still to this day still send me frog stuff, and I'm really happy with it. 'Cause a lot of the time, it's really adorable. It's like you maybe have friends who are like that person that likes cats or that person that likes dogs. I'm that person that likes frogs. You like my little hand? Like I can do what is it? This, and then we can it's just it's I'm not used to the tracking on the hands, but I can count. I can give a peace sign. A little. And then my other hand works too. Same thing. And my tuber is not just upper body, as a side note as well. My tuber, I have legs. They exist. They just don't get seen very often. I'm gonna flip everyone off. I wouldn't do that. That's not nice. It's wasted hand action as well. So the webcam emulates my doing an animation. I mean, it can. It's actually tracking me right now. So, for example, right now I'm looking at you guys. You guys exist here. This is you. And then this is my game. So when I'm looking at like the game and assessing things on the game screen, it's here. This is where the camera is located. I very rarely find myself looking at the camera. If I look at the camera, it's usually very brief. To me, it's like looking somebody in the eyes. I will to look at people in the eyes, but it's one of those things where I find myself looking away a lot of the time because it's just like, I don't want them to think that I'm like staring at them or something. Do you have to wear something? No. It tracks my eyes just fine on its own. You can have intricate setups for a VTuber though. Like for example, the HoloLive people have full bodysuits they can wear, from what I remember. And their models cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars. My tuber wasn't like crazy expensive, but it wasn't inexpensive either. So eventually, I do intend to have more over time. There's going to be like a 2.0. We're going to have like expansions and like gradually. Because my tuber is a 2D model as well, right? I'm not 3D as much as it would seem like I am. I'm simulated 3D.
You're amazing.
I am 2D. Yeah, 2D is the best. It's not as graphically intense and it doesn't strain your system nearly as much, which is why it's better. A lot of the HoloLive people as well use 2D models most of the time. And then, when they're doing the big stuff is when they do the 3D models. Yeah, it can, yeah. But yeah, no, I don't have to wear anything. you rated to the drought of not finding a game. I was heartbroken when Overwatch changed its style to the new way. Not for lack of trying to learn, it's just that they just were adjusting things in bad ways and making bad decisions, and it was heartbreaking to see. Like, because I used to play in high ELO, and I used to play and be like enjoy the games, and especially the quality games, looking for those games, the game where you spend 15 to 30 minutes but you lose but you feel good after, that kind of game, that those were the games that made me feel the best. But I didn't like the decisions they were going for. And then so I quit Overwatch essentially, and I moved on to League of Legends because I wanted to play a MOBA, but I didn't like, and I played League of Legends before. So I was like, I'll go learn League of Legends again, and maybe that'll be the game that I'll like. So I tried it for a while and found out that Riot was making League worse than Overwatch. I was like, okay, well, this sucks. Maybe video games are just not going to be a thing anymore. Maybe I should consider wrapping up my computer, uninstalling all the video games, and then just move on with reality in a sense, and just, start focusing all of my efforts into expanding work and doing that kind of stuff. So I was like, I could do that. And then eventually I found Zomboid through Zomboid is a game that existed in my library since for years. And I played it before, but never had I focused on a goal. And it was a goal of trying to do the blood bank light is what it was called. The essentially I seen Lamprey's picture of the 700,000 kills, right? And I didn't read any of the comments or anything. I didn't know any of the drama at the time. I just seen the picture and was like, because I was proud of because the most I'd ever gotten in Zomboid before my personal best now is 10,000 kills for survived in CDDA for 6 months. That was my personal best in the years prior to this last couple of years. And then I went on this run. That run was 711 hours long. And the only game that's ever been able to keep my attention for that level of time is Minecraft. Minecraft is the only game that was able to... Overwatch was... But Overwatch never ever is one of those staying games. Overwatch did it in the course of 15 to 30-minute matches, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes if the match was really really easy. But Overwatch was always short-lived bursts, while this was a story written. This was it was so fun and so interesting and was really cool, and Minecraft had the similar level of that. So it was kind of going back to that for me. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about League anymore. It's just not for me. It's a rough clip, huh? Yeah, it's nice though. You don't know how happy I was in that moment. I know it seems like, oh, wow. And I had people coming up to me afterwards and saying, oh, you threw that run away. It's like, no, I didn't. I lived and I made a mistake. A series of mistakes, actually. But I lived and I enjoyed it. I had a good time. And then you know what happened after I finished that run? I started another run. Because that's how I am when I play hardcore games. I started another journey. And so on and so forth. After that run, I did the CDDA wall run, which I ended up getting 61% of a wall around West Point. And then we ended that one and we did the Cryo Winter run, where we did Cryo Winter Raven Creek. And I really liked that one. It was really hard, but I really liked it. And then since then, we've had lots and lots of runs, and things have kind of kept on going. And now, right currently, I am a Zomboid Plus streamer. At least that's what the terminology that I like, that has been given to me by Rural, actually. Rural is the one that coined that one and said that I'm Zomboid Plus. As in, I play Zomboid mostly, but once in a while I'll play some other stuff. Yeah. So you'll see some other things here sometimes, like when I jumped into Portal or play RimWorld or play. But I do love Zomboid. Zomboid is my thing that I like the most. But yes, I hope that gives an idea of my background as a streamer, and then, like I said, how I perceive things. And I I'm not gonna tell you guys that streaming is impossible, because it's not. If you want to be a streamer, there's effort to be done, just like any other profession. The tops of the field make the most money, of course, but like, I mean, at the end of the day, that's every field. All fields work that way. If you're gonna learn how to be a streamer, first things first, you gotta find out if you enjoy it. Because if you don't, you're gonna just be gritting your teeth, and it's just gonna be like any job that you hate. It's not just playing video games. There's more to streaming than that. It's not just, there has to be genuine enjoyment and passion there. And if you find that there isn't, you're not going to find it. Yeah, it's more content creation. Rhett's right. But I'm once again, I'm oversimplifying my language maybe, but it's yeah, it's content creation slash, so like doing videos, streaming the video games, interacting, and doing all this stuff. It ends up being, yeah, and red is true. Like I'm gonna get there as well. We all know my priorities are kind of shifted right now and shuffled, because I have my stuff that I've got to finish up here, and then when I finally make my move, then I can take a firm step back and just start focusing. Because right now I can't. I'd love to. I really would. I wish I had the extra capability, but there are times where I have to just suddenly drop what I'm doing and go and answer a phone call. And then I'm on the phone call for like an hour and a half. And I'm hoping that October. I find out in August. August is when we find out if the paperwork has gone through. And then we can schedule the interview, and then it's then we do the interview, then we wait them out a month or so, and then maybe a little bit longer. So we're hoping October, but maybe it might be a couple of months after that. However, if it is a couple of months after that, we're going to start already, essentially, on streaming as a profession. So in October is generally, it's when we're going to take our firm steps back and forward with streaming. So I'll actually start making a schedule, exactly. So it's one of those things where you can make a lot, but it's generally, you're not doing it because you make a lot. Doing it because it makes you happy, you're content with it, and you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy doing any of that stuff, there's no point, right? That's the big thing. And it circles back to what I said in the beginning, especially when I was talking with, even before this conversation sort of spilled forward, when I was talking about my childhood and stuff like that. One of the biggest lessons I learned when I was a kid was you need to find contentment. You need to be content with your life, with yourself, with whatever there is around you. You need to find that peace. It's important. And then hold on to that. So if you find the contentment, then things will work out. They will, almost always, things will work out. But yeah, sorry that I haven't been playing the game at all. I've just been kind of like ranting and stuff, and but I'm hoping somebody gets something out of this, and that if you reach for your dreams, you can achieve your dreams. It's just a matter of the effort you put in, and then there are things that are going to hold you back, but you can still at least get dreams adjacent if you can't get your actual dreams. Like that person that wants to be an astronaut but never ever is able to can still have star stickers on his ceiling. Can still enjoy the astronomy like job, right? You know, maybe go and work at a planetarium or something like that. You know, it's not the same, obviously, but you know, it's just some people you have to find that sort of means to find that train of capability, depending. But if you can actually strive to achieve the full dream, like, you know, go for it. Well, we'll see. At least that's how I see things. You need to find that piece of contentment. I don't need to sleep. I need to eat. So let's go get food. It can be brutal, yes, but it can also be very satisfying in the fact that, like, I mean, those folks are often very wise. They've had a lot of time, but, you know, and lots of experiences. They've usually got lots of stories. But then again, it also, it's not just the elderly. Like, I mean, you know, different perspective exists for other people, like folks that have different disabilities, whether they were disabilities caused by an accident or even just something that they were born with. You remember you'll be old one day? In fairness, though, you shouldn't be sad about that. Instead, you should be ready to embrace it. Because when you do get to be old that day, you'll have stories yourself that you can tell people and you can pass on your knowledge to the next generation. Anything that you have, you can give them. Right? And then they can learn from your mistakes a little bit. And that's how we improve as a species. Is we improve based on the stories of and build on the foundations that are set before us. The folks that we stand on the shoulders of our ancestors and so on and so forth. And that's how we get to where we are. Continuous and forever growth. Yeah. Fingers crossed indeed. I'm hopeful. But I can look into some of that stuff in the future because I know YouTube has potential to be like the same as Twitch in a way. Probably better in terms of totals. I'm just, as any streamer, when you come from the streamer side of things to the YouTube content side of things, like when you're transitioning, doing that transition, you're fearful of copyrights. That's the biggest thing that you're scared of. You're scared that all your content is always going to get copyrighted and that people are just going to take things from you. And I know there are channels out there that do that are intentionally built around the sense of, you know, basically abusing the copyrights to sort of. But I'm sure that there's defense stuff in place as well. And when we start learning about that stuff in the future, like it'll be interesting. It'll be another journey. But it's going to be separate to streaming. Because YouTube versus streaming, it's a lot harder. This definitely requires some focus. And I can't have all these other thoughts in my brain that are like, oh, you know, so such and this person and that person, and I gotta make this phone call. And no, I don't need these extra nonsensical thoughts blocking my mind. Yeah, nobody needs to feel gross. Yeah, see, that's good. I guess it's a different state, it's a different thing for me though. Is I came into the world and I've been old forever. Some people are just old, you know. And I've been told several times by folks, "Oh, you're not that old." No, but I am though. I live and breathe old. I just I how I am. That's how I've always been. You're as oldly as young as you feel, and I've been ancient forever. I've been so old, but that's okay. It's okay to be old. Once again, content. Once again, I apologize if folks don't like the convo. Because sometimes those kinds of convos can lead in to folks being a bit unhappy with them. You have many years to go. Yeah, I'm not gonna have that denial phase, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on perspective. I've just because I like, for example, seeing the number 43. I don't see that as old. I don't see 70 as old either. I see them as numbers that are like, the different experiences have been earned by that point. You've got levels where like other folks just won't have. Yeah, so you feel young now even? Wow. That's cool. Yeah, I don't think 43 is that old. There was a 70-year-old that I seen just recently that's like super duper muscular, does all the working out and stuff, and the same thing, right? He's happy doing that stuff. Yeah, you can feel really young. Just because you hit the milestones doesn't mean that you have to, don't go overdoing it though, because there are ways to kind of that will cost in the other direction. All right, and now I can rest. And you couldn't keep up with him? I can relate. One of my grandparents is like that. Or was like that? Is like that. Pretty sure is like that. That sounds fun to learn the history of where you used to live. I'm going to pause for a second, and I'm going to go BRB so that I can refill my tea. Okay? And then we'll continue, because we are actually going to be going and sieging Dixie here soon. Very soon. As soon as I get back. Okay? Sorry. We're back. Let's get going. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to going to Dixie. And actually, we're going to get into some combat, which is good. It's been a little while since we've done some combat. Oh, I forgot you could add seeds now. Okay, well, Oh yeah, and I wanted to grab you and you. Yeah, it's nice. Here we go. We've entered the stage where we're starting to produce compost as well. We've got water on the top of the Spiffo that's going to be then hooked up later. We don't have time to hook it up now. Well, by time I actually mean we just don't have the means. Because I don't have a pipe wrench, or at least not on me right now. Okay. Nettle tea? You wonder how that would taste in real life? I'd probably be similar to green teas. It would taste very like. It depends on where the nettles are growing, though, in the soil. Hmm. Yeah. It would depend on the soil. That's what I'm thinking. I would try because you could probably get some very differing tastes based on that. Oh, I just realized though that I am not bringing the right bag. I need to bring the other bag too. We need both bags if we're gonna go forward with it. Do you have a way to power level blacksmithing figured out? Yep. Did you want to know it? Yeah. Somebody else said it in the chat already. Spoons. What you do is you take metal. You make metal into spoons. Then you forge the spoons back into metal. And then you rinse repeat until you're until you need to go get more metal. Then you go get more metal, rinse repeat, make spoons until you're leveled up. And then once you're able to start doing the fine spoons. Fine spoons will require steel, but you're going to get some steel already from the metal that you're getting. So make some metal, make steel, and then power leveling it that way. That is the way you make cutlery. And then eventually you're going to get to the stage where you can start making swords. Then just make swords after that. And then until eventually you've leveled up enough that you have swords. Because you're gonna need to keep using blacksmithing, and this is what some folks misunderstand when they're leveling, is that some people they'll cap out, they'll go all the way to level 10, right? You don't need to do that because you're going to use your skills later on. Go as far as you need until you have access to the skills, then just play naturally. Because eventually you're going to level those skills up to 10 based on your gameplay, not alone. You don't need to do that other side, right? You don't need to go all the way to 10. It's not particularly necessary. There's nothing super special about hitting 10. Although with blacksmithing, I think there is. There's a few things that are special when they hit 10. But that's how I see it anyways. Some folks will overcommit. Like I know a couple of people that are very much adamant about getting their carpentry all the way to 10, which is not really that necessary, like especially in build 41. You get your carpentry to 3 initially in build 41, and then I think it's level 7 is the next milestone requirement. I don't remember though. Yeah, it's 3, 5, and 7, right? Are the milestone requirements for things? 3 being spears, 5 being something. I don't remember. But 7 being like yeah. Yeah, what Rhett said. You don't really need anything else. Unless you wanna if you wanna do the advanced crafting, well then you're in for a treat. Because everything's gated off by other things and there's nothing that's really clear. So you have to like trace you grab the string at one end, at the middle somewhere and start tracing it because that's essentially how until you know. Like I mean, you've just been sawing and reforging bars. Didn't seem to be the best way. Yeah, making spoons is the best way, or at least it was. There may be some stuff that gives you more XP than spoons, but spoons were the best from last I checked. Maybe there's other cutlery that also forges into the same thing, like knives, forks. I'd try it all, but at the end of the day, it's yeah. Comma welding one, Rhett. I figure we should include that. I know that it's not, but comma welding one. Napping 5 takes care of the welding requirement. But comma welding one. Cause right like here, look. It's like all locked. Everything's locked. But if I remember right, welding one lets you have access to where is it? The welded tools, right? Do I have access to those? Where are they? There are welded tools, aren't there? Under survival? Not just the block mace. I was thinking just the welding tools in general. Like the welded scrap sword and all that crap. Are they under miscellaneous? No. What? Oh, these are really expensive. I didn't realize they were so expensive. These are high level welding. Is there anything that requires welding level 1? I thought there was. Is this a for funny, like a made for fun weapon? It requires carpentry level 6 to figure out how to jam a spade head into the center of a cudgel. That's some... See, these things are why the Project Zomboid is an interesting universe. That stuff got nerfed. I could have sworn that some of it was accessible at welding level 1, like some of the knives and some of this, like that. Maybe not the scrap sword, but like, that sucks that that stuff's been nerfed to that degree. And then they nerf them to make them less durable. See, but okay, I can I point out something that's a little bit counter like to that. They gave us maintenance books. They made maintenance better. Now they're nerfing durability. Hmm. Too much, too much, too little. It's like, why though? I think that there's something's wrong there. Something is definitely not right there. They do have to be worse than the metalworking swords, but at the same time, come to think of it though, why do they need to be worse than the metalworking swords? Is there a reason they need to be worse? They take quite a lot and they require propane, so like, I mean, in all honesty, they shouldn't be worse. They should be equivalent. I suppose they take less time to craft, so increase the crafting time. Since they're apocalypse weapons? That's stupid logic, though. I don't like that logic. It's not good logic. They require no crafting bench? Yeah, but they require a finite resource. The other ones, the blacksmithing is created through an infinite resource, while, I mean, inarguable, you can say that, oh, but we'll be able to craft propane in the future, and you can technically forage a full canister of propane, and there is a lot of, but it's still a finite resource. That you will run out of propane eventually if you use up all the propane on the map. It would take a long time. It's like one of those, if you used up all the gasoline kind of scenarios, you know, it's not going to happen, but it still requires you to get a propane tank and have a welding torch and a mask. So it's like, there's still requirements there, though. I don't know. I'm not on the devs team, but they're it's confusing, to be sure. Is there a trash can in here? I don't see it. No. Still, they have to have reasons for doing everything. I believe there are reasons, and that if we were to ask them, they would be like, this is the reason. To which then, like, I mean, there's got to be logic behind it, right? They don't just do things randomly. There's logic there. Somewhere. And a potato. Somebody put money in a shirt in the wash. There we go. I'm just gonna get rid of the ones that are in the front of the house. The ones behind the house and around Dixie, I'm gonna leave because. But this is our outpost, so for here, for this location. So I want it to be nice. Yeah. So now I just need to. I love this new debris feature. I'm really looking forward to when it gets fixed all the way. Because it's a guarantee, and I like that. I don't have to go chop down a tree. I don't have to go, forage for a while. I can just get a log in the woods, which makes sense to me. You just grab a log from the woods. No, that's still broken for everyone. It's gonna get fixed in the next patch, though, which is one of the reasons why I'm really looking forward to 4D2.8. I don't know what's gonna break in 42.8, but currently I'm looking forward to that fix. I got one of these. Okay, now I just need 2 hinges. Oops. Oh, yeah, that'll get fixed eventually. I believe in them. 1 hinge. 2 hinge. Alright, how many knives do I have on my person? Lots. Alright, we got the hydration pack. Okay, and we've set up our outpost to be ready. Just gonna throw that there for a moment. Right. You think I'm the only one who makes outposts in the rat race? No. I think that you maybe misinterpret what an outpost is, and then that's that other people do have outposts, but they don't they don't treat them the same way, maybe? I like having little bases of operations, but maybe theirs are more fobbish, like temporary. Like they just run in, sleep, and then they leave. Technically, that I mean, if they start dropping off loot there, yeah, to pick up later, that's an outpost, right? Maybe. I'm pretty sure that I'm not the only one, though. I might be. It's stated in the challenge rules? What do you mean? There's people who have done outposts already. I'm not the only one. Like, that's going to do outposts, like, make outposts. If you're referring to Twist and Shivas, they're only focused on the million kills. They don't care as much about the outposts. But there's actually a couple of folks that have done done outposts. If you look in the Discord, or on the leaderboard, I mean, there's people who have completed at least one outpost from last I looked. Where is it? Outpost cleared too. Yeah, so look, Shinra, Curtis, and Grim Hiker all have done outpost clears. Yeah, I know you're talking about Twist and Shivas, but the thing is that, like I said, they're focused on the million kills. They're less focused on the outposts. And Twist and Shivas, they might do the outposts. I don't actually think they will. I think they're gonna hit the million kills and be content with that and call that a win. But like, I'd like to see them base build a little if it's possible, but it's up to them to decide if they want to play that way. And if they don't, they forego that part of the rat race, and therefore, you know, they did 1 out of the 3 of the objectives, but they didn't like complete the whole thing. You know, it's 1/3, but they will have done the like that's the big one. One of the big ones is doing the million kills. But there's a couple of people who are up to 2 outposts now. So I'm not the only one that thinks that. I'm not the only one that's thinking about it. Sorry, I started to sneeze. But yeah, it is part of the challenge to clear those places, and the reason why those places were selected, here I'll show you why. If you think about the places that were chosen as outposts, Church and West Point, it's in the heart of the town. You'll have to clear West Point to get to that outpost. Same for the church in Muldra. Church in Rosewood. It's in the heart. That's most of these buildings that have been chosen are in like the heart of areas. So you have to clear that area. I mean, you're gonna have to anyways because of the whole killing the million zombies. But you know, as soon as you're through it, you'll get there, right? I believe both Shivas and Twist will hit 1,000,000 kills. Now, will they beat the rat race? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. But I definitely believe they can hit 1,000,000 kills. So they will be the starting people of the 1,000,000 kills club. But yeah, I don't know if they're going to do that. You'd have to ask them, and I've asked Twist specifically. I haven't asked Shivas, but I know Twist isn't as into building bases. It's not as fond. He doesn't like building bases. He likes making little smaller outposts, but he doesn't really care for the base building. He still might though. It's the reason why it was part of the criteria is to be inclusive of that. But yeah, those two are not the only two doing the rat race. There's like, they're currently actively, there's 40 plus rat racers. And over the history of the rat race, there's been almost 100 participants. So, and that doesn't count the ones that do it offline, right? The offline folks, there's probably, that pushes it over 100. They are the front runners of the challenge, though, for sure, because they do have the most kills at the moment. I'm gonna quickly eat that meal, and then we'll get to killing, because it's time to start clearing. I don't have. Guess we'll make one. Good enough for now. But yeah, the 13 outposts they were an interesting addition, and it made me think of Z-Bay. And I was keen when I seen that was part of it. Like it was like, oh, that's cool, because it's a part of the game that gets overlooked a lot of the time, is making those kinds of things and having sort of exterior goals other than just let's be kill machines. Because we aren't just kill machines, and some folks want to do other things, right? So that incentivizes the other folks that don't just want to be murder machines to do other stuff. As well as the perfect character, right? Because the perfect character is something that that is cool. And not very many people in Zomboid have achieved it. Outside of having stat increases. So like on servers, most of the time you get bonuses. Rat Race is 0.8 XP. So a lot of folks that have played multiplayer will notice the experience points are way, way worse. It is a sizable amount different. You figured out in 5 to 10 arrows to kill a zombie? Nah, people won't do that. I don't see people wanting to do that. 5 to 10 arrows to kill one zombie? Why would you do that when you can just walk over and melee the zombie one to one, right? One swing, zombie's dead. And you can move on. Or if you go for if high level or like, so it would need to be like a lot less than that. I think the way that you do it is you balance it out with different kinds of arrows. Do small game arrows that can do and then the larger game arrows can do the zombies and the larger game better, but it can't be 3 arrows, because remember, you shoot a deer once with the large game arrows and it runs off into the woods, right? And then your chances of finding that deer again is going to be tough, because it's just going to keep running because it took damage. Have you damaged an animal with in PZ right now, like already, and seen what happens? They rocket off. They're gone. They leave. You aren't catching that. Even if with level 10 sprinting, it'd be very difficult in an open field to catch that. They're fast and they run real quick. So it would need to kill right away, specifically for PZ. You'd have to suspend the realism to make it possible. So it would have to be 1-to-1, but you have to make the arrows a little bit more complicated to craft, requiring higher level napping. So like level 5 napping is what I feel would be the best for arrows. Level 5 napping, level 5 carving. But the point being is, why would I bother making the arrows if they're gonna take 5 to 10 shots to kill zombies? If I could just do this, right? To kill one zombie? There'd be no point. I wouldn't waste the arrows. I wouldn't waste the time. Arrows would only be for small game, and then that kind of takes away that cool sort of archery that could be in the game for, right? And I'm not saying that your opinion's wrong. I'm just saying that from my perspective, the players won't use it. Right? That from my perspective, players won't use it because they'll just melee. Because there'd be no point. It would make archery worthless in times 16. Even in lower pop, though, that wouldn't be very good either. No. Because a group of zombies is 20 zombies on average, right? 20 zombies. So think about it from a numbers perspective. Let's say let's average it and say that it takes 7 arrows to kill a zombie. 7 arrows times 20. Well, you're looking at like 140 arrows. And not to mention that there's going to be an animation for it, right? So the animation for shooting an arrow would be, let's say it's generous, and the animation for shooting an arrow takes like 2 to 4 seconds to load up. So let's say 4 seconds. Let's put it on. So 3 seconds actually. Let's say it takes 3 seconds to fire an arrow, right? And you have to fire 7 of them to kill a zombie, right? So that's sort of like the middle ground between 5 and 10, right? So it takes 3 seconds per arrow. So you're looking at 21 seconds per shot. On average, you're killing 3 zombies a minute. Kind of. We could take off a second per. So that's 3 zombies a minute. And remember, we play on 1-hour days. So generally, your character has wakeful hours for about. You can see the math starting to not be favorable to the amount, right? And arguably, you could say that that's with level 0 boyering, and then like as you level up your archery and your aiming. But I think that that's the thing, is that they're gonna tie boyering to aiming, and that maybe. Oh, it'd be interesting if they. I wonder what they're gonna choose the arrows to do. Is it gonna be napping XP? Or are they gonna do reloading XP? Everything else is maintenance already. I wonder what they're gonna choose. Or they'll make fletching? Ooh, I didn't think of that. Could you imagine? No, you could do leaf arrows and feather arrows. And they have different, like, staying power. Because, as we all know, that there already is different types of arrows that exist, small game, etc. And that makes sense. But from a gameplay perspective, if people won't use it if it's bad, right? A good example of that would be... do you see anybody really using the cutlery as a primary weapon after a little while? No. Why is that? Because the cutlery doesn't have durability. It breaks almost immediately. Nobody uses knives and forks outside of if they have no choice as a weapon, right? And even still, even choosing between a knife, like a butter knife, not a butter knife, but like a spoon, and your foot, you're gonna choose your foot, because it's this using the spoon is just, it's not worth it. It's better to save that for later to smelt down, right? Yeah, I think that, I don't know, it's one of those things that we'll have to wait and see what they decide with it, because they may decide to do that, but also you assume it'd be a combination of napping, metalworking, and carving, and then fletching. I think that maybe fletching would be in reloading. And it would give us an opportunity to gain reloading skill through fletching. So they combined it into one, right? When it comes to cereal, you choose spoon over foot. Hmm. Yeah, it needs to be functional in order for it to, right? I don't think I'm wrong in thinking this. I think that it's right. Otherwise, players won't use it. It'll get ignored. Like sprinting. Sprinting gets ignored by like 90% of players. And if you tell someone about sprinting, they're like, "What do you mean, like pressing shift?" No, I mean sprinting in the game, like actual sprinting. What do you mean? There's a faster speed than the jogging speed. You don't think they should be killed by one arrow? Then they're not going to use bows on the zombies, which is fine. I'm okay with that. But 3 arrows to take down big game is not good at the moment based on the current meat values. Why would I bother doing that when I can eat a stick of butter or I can fish? You see? Like, why would I go hunting? Because the values of the meat are not good. So let's assume they scale that up, and that the meat values are suddenly worth the same or more. Let's say they're worth more, and that hunting's actually really good. And now it takes 3 shots to kill a deer. Remember, when you hit the deer with the first shot, they run off and they're gone. So you have to track that deer down. Now let's assume you have to use tracking to do that. Okay, that's fine. But it's going to take you time to find that, which means that you're going to be spending probably 1 to 2 in-game days trying to find this deer so that you can hit it another 2 times. I agree. We need to remove cows from the game. No, I don't think we need to remove cows. I think that from a balance perspective, if we want to balance it, which shouldn't be the priority right now, balancing it shouldn't be priority. What it should be is accessibility, and then people should be trying it. So in my opinion, I would raise the values of the meat so that the values are equivalent to butter, right? So that it's worth it. So I would raise the values of the venison. I would raise the values of the cow meat. All of that stuff would be raised in its values, right? So it would be worth it. And then if I were to introduce the boiling in that way, then I would try to make it so that, yeah, I agree with you that there should be different kinds of arrows that are for different types of animals. But I don't believe it should be 1-to-1. But maybe, because remember right now, the way tracking works is it sucks. I'll put it plain. Tracking sucks right now. Because if anybody has gone into debug and looked at tracking, while you're tracking the animals, they see you and they'll run away. Doesn't matter if you're crouched. Doesn't matter if you're level 10 tracking. None of that matters. You can be level 10 sneaking. Doesn't matter. They see you and they run away. The only time you get close to the animals is if they kind of let you in a way, or they're bugged by they bumped into a wall and suddenly their movement speed is halved. Like that same thing happens if a rabbit bumps into a fence. If they bump into a fence, suddenly their movement speed is hampered. It seems like a bug to me, like that what happens with them, but it to me I take it as that they, you know, they whack their head into it and then they're which isn't what happens from a code perspective, but you know. Anyways, my point still stands that it needs to be functional. Function should come before, and accessibility for right now, because it's early access and because we're in the unstable build, you want your players interacting with these things. So you should raise the values temporarily, throw balance out the window for right now. You'd want players working with the things that you have, right? So it's kind of like how everybody jumped right on using rocks and drinking soda, right? Everybody jumped on that. Why? Because it nullified sleep and because the rocks were readily available and good at leveling things, right? So that's what you need to do, is you need accessibility, and you need the players to be able to work with those things. They'll jump right on it if it's available. So same for if venison was worth double its current meat, like if its current calorie value was doubled, oh, easily players would be like, yeah, we got to hunt those deer. They'd be running the deer down with the cars. Like that's what would be happening. Exactly. You bring it forward, you let everybody try it, you see where you need to balance it, then bring it down. But trying to do it all at once is too much. And they're also working on new aspects of the game at the same time, so it becomes way too much to juggle. Is that's one of the ways. Usually you just wait for an animal to walk in front of you and then you clonk it on the head. Because currently, animals don't really have a high HP pool. They're not like the zombies. Their HP pool is really small. So if you hit them, usually they die. Sometimes they won't if you're, but most of the time they will. But yeah, I agree with the different kinds of arrows. I'd love to see explosive arrows too, where you shoot it and it blows up and the zombies like get ragdolled. That would be hilarious. But at the same time, once again, that's a personal view, and there will be other people that would find that overpowered and wouldn't like it so much. Or flaming arrows, yeah. But yeah, it varies and it based on player a little bit with that stuff, right? Because there's gonna be some some folks are gonna like that stuff, some folks are not gonna like that stuff. It's gonna be a sort of a balancing game. But the big thing in the beginning isn't about balance. It's about making sure that it's accessible to your players, and then do balance later. They nerf the meat. See, that's the thing is they need to stop doing that, in my opinion. They need to stop nerfing things because they don't understand immediately right now what is like current meta of the game is to they should ease back on the nerfing. Because yes, there are some things that are frustrating, and I understand that. I get it. You don't want your players running around with rocks and drinking soda. I don't want players doing that either. I feel like it trivializes a lot of the difficulty of the game when the game is too easy. However, I do know that it is an early access title in its unstable format, and therefore should be. It needs. They need to. People need to interact with the features. People are not going to interact with the features if you take away the reasons, why they're interacting with the features in the first place. So nerfing like food that got run over, while it seems like a logical standpoint, and it is, shouldn't be something that's prioritized right now. It should be something else, like the caloric values. The calorie system needs a rework as it is, in my mind. But that aside, that they could do that the other way instead. Instead of causing the meat to get lessened and nerfing the caloric value if it got run over, they could nerf or increase the damage to the car. So if you run over something, suddenly your vehicle takes tons of damage, which I think they already did from what I remember, because I've heard people complain about that. But that said, balancing the unstable branch is not necessarily outside of ridiculousness, like the butter soda meta. Shouldn't be a priority. The priority should lay in bug fixing, and we can focus on balance later. And they do a good job of that. I do feel like some things, though, balance-wise, it should be weighted on until features are more clear. Like, for example, right now they're like to do the blacksmithing stuff. Now they've added in this casting system where you need to cast ceramics that break, right, until you can until you get the molds that are made of metal that don't break, right? Or maybe they will break, but they last longer, right? They'll last longer than the one time. But that's the thing, is those things are not in yet. So why is the first thing breaking? It makes blacksmithing not ideal, and it makes it so that players don't want to play with it. They don't want to go near it. Why? Because it's too much work. Think about it. How much effort did I put in to get blacksmithing going? And is there many players that would put in that much time and effort? No. Not to state that I'm above that or anything, or I'm super special. No. That's my point, is that not many players are going to be interested in doing blacksmithing when there's that many steps. It needs to be accessible, and then it needs to have proper flow. It currently doesn't have proper flow. And it currently doesn't have it has way too many steps. it's pushing players to try different options. That's the thing. What other options? It's very linear. Current options are still the same. Grab stick, kill zombie. Like that. If you watch, there's still a lot of newer players using the cudgel, even though it's not good. Like, and they're still going to do that anyways. That's how that's going to go. It's a learning thing. We shouldn't base our observations based on all of the things the players are doing. More so, we should be broadening our perspective and focusing on things as a whole, right? And then expanding on things from there. We can, balance and stuff is important, but all of the pieces need to be in place before you start balancing. Because currently, like I said before, the flow is not there. All the steps are not there. So what are you balancing for? You're not balancing anything, because what happens is, if step A, if you put 2 weights on a scale, but the scale's not set calibrated right because the variables are like, you put 2 weights on the scale, of course it's going to be off balance, right? Because you don't have all the variables. And then as you add more variables, it's going to cause more unbalance. And you're going to have to rebalance it. The whole point is, for now, things should be accessible. Things should be, like, condition values shouldn't be implemented immediately. Stuff like that. Those values can be added later. But for right now, for ease of access, I'm not saying to make my playthrough easier or anything. It's just the amount of steps and the amount of flow, it's broken and it's disjointed, and there's not enough in terms of because too many options, but they're all broken paths. The moment of the meta is not just stone scythes. It's the flint saws are also played into it as well. Short bats are also still up there too. From what I remember though, if you can gain access to the long blades, and you can gain, like, you can, though, they're phenomenal because they break less. There's a lot of weapons that break less and are really great. But the thing is getting up there is difficult. Yeah. That said, though, you can see me, I'm using the short blades, right? And I've used the axes for a little while, and it's not like meta doesn't matter right now, right? Because you said that the meta is stone scythes, but why does that matter? It doesn't. Right now, the thing that matters is that the flow is broken. So the meta doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It's and the baseball bat's great too once you get to level 9 carving. But the thing is, and the short bats are amazing too. They're all good weapons, but all of this, my big point is that all of that doesn't matter because all the variables aren't in place yet. So once again, we don't have the right variables in place. You can't balance anything. Nothing can be balanced because the second you put in another variable, suddenly the formula's messed up again. Things are suddenly not balanced again. And right now, a lot of the paths are not working. Like, it's too much. But that's gonna happen with the unstable build. I'm not making fun of the unstable build, and I understand that it is an unstable build. I get that. I'm well aware that it's unstable. That said, though, I also understand that too many things are distracting folks. Right? Like, the devs are getting distracted by trying to balance, an unbalanceable, and then somebody... It's like a circus performer balancing on a ball with juggling, right? And they're like, they got the perfect thing going, right? Maybe not, but maybe. And then somebody keeps throwing extra items at them. Like, They got to maintain their current balance, but it's not maintained right now because all the variables aren't there. They're missing some, and some of the stuff is broken or doesn't make sense. And the modders have fixed some of it. Like, you can see the modders jumping right on there and repairing some of the stuff. Like when a variable's missing, or when something like a line of code is in the wrong spot or whatever. There's modders that jump in and repair that stuff, but once again, I don't know how the teams are oriented in Indie Stone. So maybe there is a team that's specifically all about balancing. But if that's the case, they are in need of... There we go. A readjustment of their focus is what I was gonna say, because they're focused on the wrong stuff. At least from my perspective, without having any of the additional information that comes with working at Indie Stone. Just based on being a player and seeing the stuff on firsthand. And then comparing it as well to earlier stages of the development of Build 42. Because that's all I have to compare with, right? All I have as a player is to compare with Build 42 is other games, which I can't put the Zomboid on like a comparative to like 7 Days or any of those kinds of things, right? That wouldn't make sense. They're not the same kind of game. They're the same style in terms of sandbox, but they're not the same game. What I have to compare Zomboid to is itself. So Build 41, and then also the previous iterations of Build 42, right? So the reason why they don't take incredible amounts of time to create is because this is a video game, and if you tried to match it to reality, you would bore your players. You can't put them on the same thing. This is a video game. It's not meant to be that real. And if you make it that real, players are not going to want to do that. And then blacksmithing gets ignored. You would have a small amount of folks playing. And believe you me, I believe agriculture needs a relook at too. It's not in a place that's realistic for your average player, and it needs to be adjusted. Or if they're not going to adjust the values, they need greenhouses to be in the game, which goes back to what I previously said about what is it? Flow, and not having all your variables. If greenhouses were in the game right now, and you could plant crops without seasonal interference in a greenhouse that you constructed, it would be perfect. In terms of even with the lengthy time that it would require, the reason it would be perfect is because you would do a greenhouse at your main base of operations, right? And then most players don't do persisting worlds, but if you did do a persisting world, it would encourage doing that, because if you died, you could just go to your main base and continue playing, and eventually your crops would grow. Right? It encourages persisting worlds. Now, in argument's sake, I wouldn't play that, but I'm not all of the players in the community, right? Zomboid is a vast community of different styles of play, from persisting worlds to permadeath to tons of different things. But like I just said, if they had irrigation, I guess, and I didn't mention that, but I was thinking it, and greenhouses in the game, 240 days for agriculture, which, or 60 days for, yeah, they should increase the shelf life of the veg a bit so that it's not as bad. I can't say that about Rat Race because in Rat Race, everything is toned up. So I'm, whenever I talk about values, I don't ever mean in Rat Race. Okay? Just to very much put a pin in that, I don't mean in Rat Race because Rat Race is meant to be a challenge. It's meant to be a challenge mode that is different than vanilla Apocalypse, which is the setting that I generally am talking about when I'm making some of these statements. Is because the you want it based on your base level, your default mode, and yes, there's some things that are. But that's the thing, right? And yes, 240 days is like the maximum for flax and wheat and those kinds of crops. And I think it's ridiculous from a gameplay perspective. Unless you had persisting worlds and you also included like having a greenhouse. Once again, not having all the variables available. If all of those things were in the game right now, nobody would say anything. They'd be like, just go make a greenhouse. And then be like, oh, and then you just have to set up irrigation in there, and then the crops will grow gradually over time. You just plant them, and then you can kind of forget about them unless you have to go tend to them, because sometimes there's slugs, right? Or there's some diseases that you can cure with these different things, and like you see, so then you add a gameplay values to those things, making them better, right? But yeah, that's my point. And your statement about PZ is a boring game, I mean, video games are meant to be entertainment, and if you don't find PZ fun, that's kind of on you. You are the one that has to make it fun, or alternatively, you could play a different game. You don't have to play PZ if you're not finding it fun. Much like some other folks that burn out of games or they get tired of them, they can move on to other forms of entertainment, right? So that one's a personal thing. That's got nothing to do with PZ. Because that would be an opinion. But I agree. I agree the crops need more time. Or not more time, but like they need to be easier to access, and then they should have longer shelf life. Because right now the current, like for example a cabbage on default settings lasts for like a couple of days, and then it goes stale and goes bad, and then is just rotted. In reality, you can kind of keep cabbage around for a little while before it goes bad. If you refrigerate it, it's better, but like I mean, like what is it? I think Chili said it was a week, but I don't remember because I didn't look that up myself. But yeah, I think that yes, agriculture does need another look at, but it's another case of that all of that they tried to balance it and all of the parameters weren't there. So it just makes it like only a handful of players interact with the crop systems at the moment, and it's only the people that really like farming, right? So it's really unfortunate. It's not accessible to everyone because not everyone's going to do all those spreadsheets and understanding about crops, right? Yeah, even the field, they last some time. Potatoes die almost immediately if you leave them in the ground for too long in Zomboid. Or at least they did in Build 42. You left them in the ground just a little bit longer than you were supposed to, and they would die right away. However, if you picked up the potatoes, this is in the reverse. They had the longest shelf life of any of the foods by far. Potatoes were the S tier crop in Build 41. They would last like 60 days. That said, though, like I said, they need to stop adjusting balances in that way. They don't have all the information, so you can't even really balance it. It and then you don't know what players are going to do either, right? No matter what you try to predict, it's just impossible to predict your players. It's very difficult. Yeah, so that's the problem, right? And that's why I'm trying to be as vocal as I can with the things and mention it as frequently as I can. Like the butter stuff and and there are people that are giving feedback on that stuff, but it pains me that Zomboid devs spend a lot of time looking at Reddit, and the Zomboid Reddit is not one of the best places to get resources. Like it's not good. It's not a good place comparatively to a lot of the other outlets of Zomboid. I know it's just Reddit in general. It's just it pains me that's part of the issue, right? They should add me to the testers. I think that the thing is I don't know. Would I want to be part of the testing group? Currently, it wouldn't work for me. But in the future, maybe I would be able to. But if I tried to join the testing group right now, I'd feel bad because I would play the game, but the issue being that my own stuff will get in the way sometimes, right? So I don't, I would feel selfish a little bit. Lamprey's out, someone has to take his place. I'm not taking Lamprey's place. Nobody can take his place. Just because he's gone doesn't mean that he's gone forever either. He'll come back when time comes. Plus, they don't want all of the things streamed, I don't think. So there would have to be aspects of the I'd want to look at things within the build as well, right? To see if I can't discover more and like help, and I would want to dedicate proper time to it. So if I was invited to the testing branch, I would accept it, but I would also let them know, hey, during like the first weeks of the month, here's the I'm busy and I have these things. Like so it ends up being that, like I said, I'd feel bad and like I'm being a little selfish because it's like I wouldn't be able to dedicate the time that I'd want to dedicate at the moment. It's the same thing as trying to do the YouTube content and stuff right now. If I try to rush into that stuff right now, I'm gonna burn myself out in terms of energy because I have lots of stuff that I'm already dealing with and doing with, right? But yeah, I don't believe I can take Lamprey's place. By the way, there's no replacing Lamprey. He is one of a kind. It doesn't matter if it's unpaid or not. I wouldn't care about the pay of it. I would expect that it's unpaid. But it's not about that. It's about time commitment, right? I would want to be able to dedicate the proper time to test. And I would be able to most of the time. It's just sometimes no. And like I said, I would be a little bit yeah, I don't care about the money aspects of that. PZ's already gotten well more than my money's worth out of the game. Easily. And I love this game. You give me an opportunity to improve it, I'd be taking that no matter what. I'd be like, yep. But then I would then follow that up with, yes, but just to warn you about, like, for example, the start of the month and sometimes a little before, and sometimes I get like important stuff that comes up and then I have to go and deal with that. It's like it's it'll be a lot easier once I move in with Emma because then things will be a lot more balanced in that way. There won't be any more of that. So I'll be able to focus. Plus, I'll have Emma there with me, and that's gonna be so nice. I'm no more like constantly having to message discords and stuff like to see Emma. I just walk into the other room, and that's something that is will be super nice. But yeah, it's not about them demanding stuff from me. It would be more so what I would want to give to them. Because I'm passionate about it, and I have opinions, and I wouldn't expect them to take everything I say like with gospel or anything like that. If we would discuss it, we can you can have disagreements. That's how that goes, right? Sometimes people agree, sometimes people don't agree. It's just how it goes, and you take it like an adult, civil, and like, okay, well, they didn't agree, but it's okay. Like, for example, if they didn't agree that like agriculture time scale and or yield should be changed, like if they don't agree, they don't agree. It's up to them to make their game the way they want, right? And at the end of the day, the testers can only offer opinions, and they can only be like, "Hey, this is broken." It's up to the actual developers to fix those things and to adjust them as they see fit, right? So like you could say something's unbalanced but it'll stay unbalanced. Maybe there's purpose behind it. Maybe not. But yeah. Hopefully I was clear in how I see things. Maybe, but it depends. You did, I did too, because I've not been paying attention. I've been distracted by the conversation. Sorry. We both were distracted by the conversation. Because it's good conversation. Like, I mean, like, I know your heart is in the right place about that, about wanting to balance the arrows, and it makes sense. But when you think about it from total time and a bunch of other aspects of it, it becomes one of those things that I could see there being a lot more issues with it, depending. That sucks that we woke up so early. I expected us to sleep longer. I wonder why we didn't. I wait for my panic to come back down so that we can sleep. Nope, I guess not. We're not sleeping. We'll just wait until 6. That's why balance is so difficult. It's not easy to balance between realism and functionality and gameplay, and because if something's too real, sometimes it'll be boring. If it's not, um, but if you balance it to be not real, then it's like it can get overpowered. And if it's balanced to function, sometimes it'll get ignored. Like it's tough. A good example is the perishable system in the game. How many people use the perishable system? Not very many, because you give up non-perishables to make something that is perishable last a little bit longer, and it's not really worth it. So just not very many people use that system. And then I mentioned it earlier, but sprinting is another example of it's utilized in niche gameplay, but that said, sprinting is a good example of something that was asked for by the community that ended up its functionality is niche. I don't think it should be removed though, or anything. I think once you give a feature, you kind of the feature's there. You don't want to be taking that away because there will be people using that feature. And if it's gone, then suddenly you know, those people are gonna have to readjust. And is that really fair? I mean, it might have been their favorite thing, right? Maybe. A different aspect though if it's a bug, like um like insta catching fish, for example. That's clearly not intended to be able to instantly catch the fish, right? But you know, so if that's somebody's favorite feature, it's not intended though. That's a little different. Yeah, I'd love to see how the teams are oriented, but that's not something that I've looked into at all. I don't know how Indie Stone has their stuff set up. That is kind of my area of expertise, though. So like I'm in looking in the houses now with intentions of loot. Okay, that was pretty cool. Not useful, but pretty cool. Shimmy, 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 shimmy. A different color rubber duck. Hair dryer. How many pillows does it take to make a mattress again? Um, 5. If I need the extra pillow, I'll try to I'll just mark it on the map that there's a pillow there. Just in case I need the extra one. I don't think I'm gonna need it, but well, you never know. So if I end up being a pillow short, then that would suck. But I don't think so. I don't think we'll need it. It's nice to actually be able to go looting, though. Feels like I haven't looted in forever. And that's for good reason. This was a rat house. And that's a mattress, so I could just pick up a mattress if I wanted one. Actually, I probably should. Because I'll just go, we'll put this mattress over there and I'll take it back with me so that I can make a mattress for the Spiffos. Because then, or then I can start packing up the tent and we can bring the tent with us in places. And we'll always have average sleep. That first one... Where did ores come from? I don't know if they're implemented yet, but Rhett said that they will exist here in the near future for sure. I don't know if ore nodes are actually out yet, though. But they'll be like the rocks, essentially. Like, but they'll have their own sort of model. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a pet bowl. Oh, cool, dented can. Nice. So it's a cat. The cat lived here. Oh, vehicle key. It's like you can't do anything with the big boulders yet. No, the big boulders are meant to be. What you can do is you can use them as crafting stations. They are flat surfaces, so most of them. So you can use them as a table. Okay, so that key is not for these. Yeah, I just want to get these sorted. Okay. We're making good progress here in Dixie. Still kind of hopeful, though, that we find some books. It's open. An empty bottle of alcohol. Uh, There's a bookshelf there. Painkillers, nice. Also sleeping pills and tweezers. I need the eye makeup. And a brochure to Irvington Speedway. Oh, it's these two done. I'm curious where this key is, what it's for. Oh, I kept a spoon, didn't mean to. Although, nah, we made this ourselves. I'll wait until we get our gold spoon. High five, David. Oh. There's a zombie outside right there. Haven't seen a picture in a wallet in a while. Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay. Can bail from this section, run all the way back, put down the stuff, have a nap. We wanted to go through a few houses now, though. There's still a car key, though, and I don't know what it's for yet. It might be. Yep, you're correct. It is for this car. And that car does have a key, but doesn't have a... Actually, what kind of other car was that? Yeah. Never both? No, not true. Sometimes you get all of them. But there are no survivor vehicles in the rat race, so that's generally when you'll get both. Sometimes you get a working vehicle, though. And in one rat race run, I actually did successfully get a key and gas, and it was had battery, and we drove it for a little bit. I'm glad that run is dead, though. This area was not in a good place because of that. Because of the rat race settings. I am so glad that run is dead. Yeah, so... Because I would be here fighting, probably even still. Would you like all of the zombies? Yeah, all of them. Every last one in the area. Not just in the area, but, you know, Muldraw, and West Point, and Phallus Lake, and Rosewood, Marchridge included. Like, it's just like too many. I don't want to fight all the map in one place. If I can avoid it, then I can. I can avoid it by not doing that. Again. I'm not gonna do it again. And when we start driving, it'll be the moment of which I'm ready. Go ahead, map, bring it. For right now, though, we are not at that stage. Not even close. Yeah, you've been watching Twist. You see what a car can do, and Retton was like showed me exactly like it's I don't think it's intentional. It can't be. However, the function I think is intentional. So what's happening is that when the game emits a louder noise sometimes, but unfortunately, so I think that is intentional, that it's meant to emit a louder noise when you like get a crit or something is when I think it should be applied. However, it's being applied to everything. So, you know, times 10 vehicle engine loudness, it can be applied to that, meaning quite literally pulling the whole map. Like, it's already somewhat difficult when you accidentally pull a little bit too much because of that reason, right? But that's what's causing it right now, is that there is like an extra loud sound source that's produced sometimes. And currently it can be swathed to everything. So I think it's meant for crits, essentially. Like when you crit, you give a little bit of an extra. You'd love like a little like map thing for Twist. He'd have to have been taking so the way that Lamprey did that one was every time his stream ends, he would save a copy of his world. And then when he was done with the run, when it was over, he went and opened every single copy of the world, opened up the pop map, made a loud sound source, and took a picture of it. And then he did that for all of it, all 1,500 hours worth of footage. So that, you know, is a long time, obviously, because on average you do anywhere between a few weeks to like a month and a half in a single stream, right? And he lived for 3 years and no, 6 years, 5 years. I know he lived slightly less than Tower. That Vanishing Tower currently has the world record for survival time in build 41. But yeah, something like that. Streamed, but it's like just shy. You just like to see where the zombies are coming from. I'm guaranteeing that a lot of them are coming from like West Point, Muldraw. Like he's dealing with the whole map, like legit. The only zombies that he's not dealing with, and I can almost confirm that he's not dealing with those, is if he's loud enough. I don't think he's dealing with the zombies that are on the other side of this area here. So these zombies, this is like 500k plus, right? plus Valley Station. So I don't think he's dealing with any of this. If any of this, it's trickle. It's not even a fraction of it, right? Because the two bridges here are just not enough space for them to come down. Plus, Louisville itself can't get out because they're locked by the fence line. So LV can't get out. So Twist would be fighting. Twist space is here, right? Rosewood or Riverside would get stuck here on the golf course area, but the rest of the country club would make their way around and would probably they'd get stuck here-ish, but they would be able to gradually get to this area here, and there's probably a nice chunk of zombies here. I'm gonna guess that they're stuck here, right? Almost all of the zombies from this side and will get pulled in over here. Probably West Point, almost all of West Point, and some of it would get stuck on McCoy Estates. So, but they would be eventually leaking around it, which would but yeah, I figure if Twist is making enough noise, he's probably pulling like counting down here as well. Irvington and half would get over here, but the biggest part of Irvington's pop wouldn't be able to cross. It would get stuck here. Guns Unlimited wouldn't be able to really much cross, like a little bit, but like once again, they got a bridge to deal with, so bridge makes it hard for them. So and a lot of them will get stuck here and there. So I feel like, and same for, what about Ekron? There's enough space that Ekron might be able to, but some of them will get stuck here, and then they might be able to path around it. But it would take a while. So in terms of totals in Twist's area, he will be able to clear out pretty much all of that. It's most of the map. He still has cleanup to do in Irvington. He would have cleanup to do in Ekron and Guns Unlimited area. Brandenburg. He'd have to go do Riverside. And then afterwards, he would have Louisville. But he will be able to do pretty much the whole map from where he's at. Almost. It's at the point eventually where he will have to choose one of those locations, though, as his next target. Because he will run out of zombies eventually. It's inevitable. And then Shivas is the same, I think, kind of. I think Shivas is on the move, though, isn't he? I think I remember seeing Shivas in other locations that weren't Rosewood, but I could be mistaken. He might have been just taking a break. Yeah, I haven't caught up either. Still, it's cool to think about, though. Oh, I went into this house already. Oh, reason why I didn't go into this one was because I was gonna, and then I heard zombies. And I don't like looting if I've got to deal with zombies around. Mhm. Revolting peasants. Oh, okay. I already know this one. Look, we found three gun rounds. Aiming, here we come. I've got this. Don't worry. Those bodies are still there. Are they not going to despawn? It's been a while. Those bodies should have despawned by now. Are they permanent? They don't look zombified. They're part of an event. So it makes me wonder, are they not going to... They might not. These bodies might not despawn. And the reason that is because they don't count as zombies. Well, I'm gonna leave them for several days, and if I come back and these bodies are still here, then it's interesting to me. They might not count, though. It'd be almost tempting to bring those back with me and have them at my base. Can I reach that? No, I can't. Well, we just got padded pants, so that's pretty awesome. Padded pants are, like, nice. We've got the leather pants, though. Leather pants are still pretty good, too. And comparatively, though, for insulation, Oh. I need to check that later. Okay, I want to go drop off this stuff, and hopefully we'll find some food. No books, though, at all. It's kind of a disappointment. Aw, come on. I know it's gonna be rotten and I'm sad about it. Why? Why show me key lime pie and then just be like, yeah, but you know, it's because of their game time, you just have to suffer. Why? No, I'm not gonna eat it anyways. I'm just gonna be sad that I can't make it, and I eat it right now and make my own key lime pie later, when I have the means to make my own. Cause they're I think pies are doable. I think I can do that. I don't know if I can make key lime specifically, but I know you can get limes, and pie crust is something that I think is possible. I know that you can at least that you can make cakes, so I wouldn't see why it would be impossible to make pie. Yeah, now we have access to all of these trash piles for foraging, which should be kind of nice later. Not exactly what I'm looking for. Mm-hmm. Yeesh. Okay. Is that everything in this direction for the moment? Actually. Actually, we'll keep that one. What can I learn from the poker? How to make a fire poker. Ha! Can you come out of there? I think there's a zombie in this, like, area here, but he would be able to come out, would he not? No. Maybe there isn't. I thought I heard one. But me running around like this would cause the zombie to come out. Leave that there for a moment. Okay, that one's been searched. Only a couple more left to go. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that the fire poker teaches you how to make it. We got this stretch left to loot, and then that's it. Right half of Dixie's done. And then our next goal will be sort of pushing towards the next half to take over the gas station and the diner. Pretty much all of the loot will be consolidated after that. There won't be very much left. Oh, and this is done already. So I'll mark that off. Did I find any generator? Oh, I've got like yeah, I have one 3 generators actually currently. But none at Dixie. So none from here. But I wouldn't want to do a generator right now anyways. I mean, we could lug the generator from McCoy Estates all the way over to the gas station. That's what we would have to do to get started. But I would need uh to be able to do there we go. The I can't right now with I can't make that happen at the moment. Cuz the I don't have electrical 3 is the thing. I would have to train electrical 3 or do how to gen. And I don't have how to gen, so but we could get it here, like in theory. So, like, cuz there's trash piles here, and not that you need trash piles cuz you don't. You can find how to gen without it. But this has definitely been nice to find quite a lot of extra just nice things in general. That's our second pair of padded pants. So, but we have the leather pants right now, so I'll be wearing these for until they get ripped. And then we have 2 pairs of padded pants. At least so far. 3 more houses to loot, and then we're done. I don't like the way that this house is laid out, but there's an access point over there. So have a good sleep, Barry. I will see you at some point, I am sure. There we go. Two houses left in Dixie to loot, and then that's it. This entire side's done. Okay, just one more. Just one more place. No books, though, which is unfortunate. None at all. We got, like, a couple of magazines. I just expected there to be a little bit more. And didn't get to finish looting that house because that lady was rude. I figured it'd be empty, but I just wanted to be certain. Okay, and that's it. All of Dixie has been looted on this side. No more to worry about, except for those bodies that I'm curious about. So we'll check on those bodies in, like, a while. Like, because I remember being on that side of Dixie a long time ago, and those bodies should have long despawned. So I think those bodies actually are not going to despawn at all. That they are just permanent. But we'll see. We'll see if I'm right. Because I might be wrong. I'm like, maybe they just needed to be looked at again, and now they'll despawn, like, over time. Who knows? But for now, you know. Okay, and there we go. Alright, so I'll quickly grab you and you. Hey, we have this nice little staging ground now, but I want to run back to the Spiffos really quick, and I want to bring this mattress over there, because then we can, if we need to, we can apply I probably should bring some of the loot, but it's fine. We can hold off on that for now. But we'll eat some of the thistles that are in the nettles that are in the fridge, and we'll construct an actual bed at the Spiffos. So then we have a real bed there. I'm actually really tempted to set up my little sleep spot in the Spiffos on the roof, so that we have not just a bed, but like no panic sleep. Because panic sleep's annoying. You kind of get used to it with claustrophobia, though. Okay. When is it? Then I just need... Okay, 1 second. I'll just put you there for a moment. Pack the tent kit. Put it on the back. Okay, so we need 6 branches. Or 6, worth it. Oh, we may need it to build the bed. Okay, it just summoned it. Alright, I'll take it, whatever. There was no animations, nothing. It was just like, bed, suddenly here. To let the panic come down, and then I have to actually just wait for the pain to come down. It should come down, though. Or, no, it probably won't. Not for a while. Unfortunate that this bed is not as good as the regular beds, but at least it means I can bring my sleeping stuff with me from now on. If I think I'm going to be in a bind, then we can have that going for it. But we did it. All this side of Dixie is done, and actually I can mark off this as well. That's done. That's done. Next step is going to be to push back and take this section. And then comes the next step, which is making Muldraw angry. So that's going to be a trial in its own right. All right. Okay, so we've made some decent progress, and that's where I'm going to stop for now. It's a good stopping point. All right, let's wrap up. And then we'll raid out and go see what somebody else is up to. Alrighty, it's been my pleasure as always, everyone. Let's see. Who is around? Oh, and absolutely. Let's raid this person. Because they're doing Rat Race. Why not? Alright, it's been my pleasure as always. I'll see you guys next time. Ta!